Gatos Council meeting of November 2nd, 2021. The Town of Los Gatos encourages your active participation tonight in the public process, which is the cornerstone of our democracy. The purpose of the council meeting is to conduct the important business of the community in an effective and efficient manner. This is done by following meeting guidelines and set forth in state law, in our town code, and on the cover sheet of the council agenda to provide more details. The town embraces diversity and strongly condemns hate speech and offensive, hateful language, or racial intolerance of any kind at council meetings. Town council and staff acknowledge the public's right to disagree on various town issues. However, antisocial behavior, slander, hatred, and bigotry statements are completely unacceptable and will not be tolerated in any way, shape, or form at council meetings. Therefore, this announcement shall serve as a warning that all further public comment at the town council, must pertain to items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the town and shall not contain slanderous statements, hatred, and bigotry against non-public officials. Please be advised that if you fail to heed this advice tonight, you will be muted immediately and potentially cited for violation of the California Penal Code Section 403. And with that, I now call tonight's meeting to order at 7:03 and ask our town clerk to begin tonight's roll call.
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Risto.
Here.
Councilmember Hudes.
Here.
Councilmember Badami.
Here.
Vice Chair Rennie.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Sayak.
I'm here as well. Before we met tonight, we did have several closed sessions, and I turn to our town attorney to provide details of that. So,
good evening, Mayor and Council. Council met in closed session prior to tonight's regular session to discuss labor negotiations. No action
recording in progress.
Reporting under the Brown Act.
thank you. And for my colleagues, we are now about to discuss council manager matters. To the public, this is an opportunity for the council members to share important information, as well as decisions that were made on your behalf, as well as the town's behalf, as they serve on different jurisdiction and different organizations representing the town. So I'll start with Councilmember Risto.
Thank you, Mayor. Last week, the policy committee met and we discussed updates to the town agenda format and rules, the town council code of conduct, town purchasing policy, and the policy regarding the authority of the town manager to resolve workers' compensation claims on behalf of the town of Los Gatos. And our recommendations are coming forward to the town council for further discussion and or approval. Yesterday, I attended the Democracy Tent, which meets every Monday at 10:30. And there was a good discussion primarily around county redistricting and the hearings and the maps. But also we discussed bike lanes, civility, and a variety of other topics. The Housing Element Advisory Board met last week for our kickoff meeting. Public is welcome at all meetings, and our next meeting is December 2nd at 7 p.m. This past Saturday, I attended a really nice event. I want to thank Monte Sereno Council Member Javad Alahi for inviting me to participate in the West Valley Muslim Association family event in Los Gatos. It was an honor to tour the community facility, meet several of the board members, enjoy the bunnies in the petting zoo. I want a bunny at council meetings, and to share some delicious tea and samosas. I also appreciated the free flu vaccine. This congregation moved into this facility at the start, pretty much right before the start of the COVID epidemic. And so as we are moving out of that, they are reaching out toward their community, having larger events outdoors. And in fact, they had invited all of the neighbors nearby. So, you know, it's great to see another wonderful group of people in our town. I met with a number of residents and business owners over a variety of topics, including the general plan, the housing element, bike lanes, and promoting tolerance in Los Gatos. And finally, as we prepare for Thanksgiving in a few weeks, I'd like to remind people that November is Native American Heritage Month. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Risto. Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. On October 21st, I attended the introductory meeting of the Housing Element Advisory Board. October 26th, I met with the outreach manager for West Valley Collection and Recycling regarding distribution of kitchen pails for organic waste. Later that day, on October 26th, I observed the Community Health and Senior Services Commission meeting. And November 1st, I met with the appellants for agenda item 12, which is the appeal of a lot line adjustment. And I've also conversed with constituents regarding public safety and the draft 2040 general plan.
Thank you, Councilmember Badami. Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you. On October 19th, I met with, this is actually a disclosure as well, I met with residents nearby 17200 Los Robles Way and toured the property there. And then on October 20th, I attended a webinar put on by the North 40 Phase 2 developer discussing potential future plans for the Phase 2 of the North 40. And then the following week, I participated in the Senior Services Commission, and where the chair, Tom Pickrow, helped organize the work into 3 subcommittees in order to be more efficient and to get a pretty daunting task done within a year. And then on the 27th, I participated in the Santa Clara Valley Water District meeting, where there was a great deal of discussion about drought measures and whether the recent rains actually were making a dent in the drought and what might have to happen next. And that's it.
Thank you, Councilmember. And Vice Mayor Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. On 10/20, I attended the Bay Area Quality Management special board meeting. Our focus was environmental justice training module that we took, structural racism and environmental injustice was most of the meeting there. On 10/21, I attended with you the Special Olympics dinner and helped you give the greeting at Campo de Bocce. Also, 10/23, I spoke for you at the Gatos Park. The Parks Commission was doing a kind of a get people engaged and volunteer in their parks event, and we had several of our town staff out with booths also, and the CERT members were out, and our general plan people had a table and so forth there. This is the first of several park get out the crowd to engage and become stewards and so forth in the parks, and they plan to do more in the future. On 10/25, I also attended the Senior Services Committee that Councilmember Hudis mentioned. I also attended the Community Health and Senior Services Commission on 10/26. On 10/28, the Bay Area Quality Management District Mobile Source Committee met, and we approved more grants for diesel engine replacements. And we also had an interesting presentation on the state of the electric transport market and preparing for the future in that market. Also on 10/30, I attended the Boy Scouts citizenship class they were having at Fisher and talked to them about citizenship. That's it for me.
Thank you all. And 2 items I do want to highlight to our public, in addition to what has already been disclosed. The West Valley Mayors and Managers does meet on a monthly basis, and this is an opportunity for Los Gatos to deepen our relationships with our neighboring cities, Saratoga, Montecito, Campbell, and Cupertino. At that meeting, we had discussions with Senator Cortese and DA Jeff Rosen. And in addition to that meeting, I do want to highlight another meeting that Town Manager Pravetti and I attended with the Cambrian School District. As you'll see later, we have great partnerships with our school districts, and this was another partnership, and we wanted to continue the conversation specifically on impact fees from the North 40 development. And I now turn to Manager Pravetti.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. I do want to announce and invite the public from Los Gatos and Montecito to join us at a community meeting next Tuesday on the 9th of November at 6:30 via Zoom. We would like to introduce you to the recruiters who are helping us find a new police chief, and we really want your input in terms of what you would like to see in our next police chief. So that's next Tuesday, the 9th of November, and information is posted on the town's website. In addition, the town is working with its partners in the education and faith communities to unite against hate. There will be a walk on Sunday, November 14th at 2 p.m. and we invite all those who are interested to please join us. Information is also available about this event on the town website. And lastly, we are recruiting for our boards and commissions. We have lots of great opportunities. Applications are due December 3rd. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pravetti. So we now turn to our consent items. I have 7 items listed, and these items appearing on consent are considered routine town business and may be approved by one motion. Any member of the council may request to have an item removed from consent, and so I look to my colleagues if anyone would like to remove an item. Seeing no hands raised, I will turn to our public. If there is anyone that would like to speak on any of the items 1 through 7 on our consent agenda, now is your opportunity to do so. I see no hands raised, and so council members, can I have a motion for approval? Councilmember Badami?
I move to approve consent items 1 through 7.
And can I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, and so I'll call the question. Councilmember Aristo?
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Vice Mayor?
Aye.
And I also vote aye, and consent is approved unanimously. Thank you. We now turn towards verbal communications, and this is an opportunity for our public to address the council on any matter that is not listed on the agenda. Consistent with our policy, we provide 30 minutes of what we call verbal communications, and then any other speakers that would like to speak on verbal communications, we'll move you after the hearing so that we can get to the business at hand. And so again, if you would like to speak, please raise your hand. We'll call for the first 30 minutes, and then any other speakers will have an opportunity at the end of the evening. And so I do want to remind everyone, you'll have 30 minutes. You will have 3 minutes each, and I will call each one at a time. Our first speaker tonight, Kylie Clark.
Hello, Council and Mayor. My name is Kylie Clark, and I'm the Public Policy Coordinator at West Valley Community Services. I'm here today to share our position about everything that has been happening in the town. We just want to make sure that y'all know that we stand with you and support you in everything that's been happening. The clients who we serve are regularly the targets of things like racism, homophobia, sexism, and it's been horrible to see these same things being directed toward you. And we want you to know that we don't stand for this, and we stand with the other organizations and community members who it's been beautiful to see come together united against hate. So our organization, West Valley Community Services, stands behind you, and we really appreciate all that you do. And we want you to know that we're here to support you if you ever need anything at all from us. And so thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Rob Moore.
Hi there. Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. I hope that you're all hanging in there and taking care of yourselves, given everything that we have seen in town recently. By now, I think it's fair for me to assume that you all know, along with everyone in the community, have a good understanding of where I stand on these issues when it comes to the behavior of a small group of agitators. I unequivocally condemn this bigotry and hate. However, I will not dwell on this any longer. I am more interested in where we are going to move forward as a town. That's why I'm here tonight, to promote the Los Gatos Stands United Against Hate March and invite the town council, town staff, and all members of the public to attend. As town manager Pravetti mentioned, the march will begin at Fisher Middle School at 2 p.m. and we will walk to the town civic plaza. There will be a few speakers and tables there, and I think this is an excellent opportunity for all of us to come together in community and in solidarity to stand up to hate in our town. I also invite everyone in attendance tonight to not only promote the event to folks who might be interested, but to also grab a Los Gatos Stands United Against Hate poster to show your support from, and you can grab that from the Los Gatos Chamber of Commerce office in downtown. If you're a business owner, you can put it up in your business's window, or you can just put it up in your home like I did. I'm looking forward to seeing you all there. Have a great evening, everyone. Take care.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Our next speaker is Kearns.
Thank you very much, council members. My name is Pat Kearns. I'm working with a group called RATES, which has to do with water rate advocacy for equity and transparency and sustainability. And I just want to call to the council's attention, after thanking you for your dedicated service and great leadership and direction, that the commission, Public Utilities Commission, has a new publication, kind of in line with what Councilmember Rennie was talking about in terms of environment. But their new plan is environment and social justice. And what it focuses on is the commission's new direction in bringing equity, equality, and opportunity to all parts of our area of interest, the South Bay. And what it is doing, it's redefining, I think, its attention to the travesty of so many people not being able to afford electricity and water, and addressing the issues that these are commodities that are essential to life and opportunity. And they are focusing on making sure that all of our different communities, not only the West Valley communities, but San Jose and the East and Milpitas throughout, that we work together as a county and a community to make sure that people don't get disconnected from water or electricity in Silicon Valley. This has happened in other communities, and it's resulted in surges in COVID. It clearly is a travesty that our community, which it has great opportunity, can participate in a leadership way and work with this new direction from the CPUC, which is, I think, going to build a very respectable image after the last few years where we've had so much problems with fire and the lack of equity that is available to all in our community. It's a cataclysmic change in policy and plan that the commission is adopting, and I would encourage all of us to read it and find out if there is a way we can participate in it, especially a town like Los Gatos, which has shown leadership throughout. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kearns, for the information tonight. Our next speaker is John Shepherdson.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm going to briefly read from a speech by Abraham Lincoln, January 27th, 1838, on the perpetuation of our political institutions. And he said, this is in part, I hope I am over wary, but I am not. There is even now something of an ill omen amongst us. I mean the increasing disregard for law, which pervades the country, the growing disposition to substitute the wild and furious passions in lieu of the sober judgment of courts, and the worse than savage mobs for the executive ministers of justice. This disposition is awfully fearful in any community, and that it now exists in ours, though grating to our feelings to admit, it would be a violation of truth and an insult to our intelligence to deny. Later on, he says, the question recurs, quote, how shall we fortify against it? The answer is simple. Let every American, every lover of liberty, every well-wisher to this prosperity, swear by the blood of the revolution never to violate in the least particular the laws of the country, and to never to tolerate their violation of others, as the patriots of '76 did to the support of the Declaration of Independence, so to the support of the Constitution and the laws. Let every American pledge his life, his property, and his sacred honor. Let every man remember that to violate the law is to trample on the blood of his father and to tear the character or charter of his own and his children's liberty. Let reverence for the laws be breathed by every mother to the lisping babe that prattles on her lap. Let it be taught in schools, in seminaries, and colleges. Let it be written in primers, spelling books, and almanacs. Let it be preached from the pulpit, proclaimed in legislative halls, and enforced in courts of justice. And in short, let it become the political religion of the nation. Let the old and the young, the rich and the poor, the grave and the gay, of all sexes and tongues and colors and conditions, sacrifice unceasingly upon its altars. While ever a state of feeling such as this shall universally or even very generally prevail throughout the nation, vain will be every effort and fruitless every attempt to subvert our national freedom. I cite that because I was just troubled by recent events. People have the right to speak, free speech, but it's, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. There are certain limits to that. And so that's why I wanted to share this.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherdson. Our next
Thank you.
speaker, David Mineta.
Thank you, Mayor and Town Council and City Administration. I'd like to read a statement of support for the Mayor and the Town Council. As members of the API Caucus, Black at ALF, La Comunidad, LGBTQ+ group, nonprofit CEO, diversity, DIL groups, inclusion, DIL group cohorts, and senior fellows and fellows of the American Leadership Forum, Silicon Valley. We condemn the acts of hate and violence targeted at the Honorable Mariko Sayak, Mayor of the town of Los Gatos, and her family. We are disheartened, saddened, and angry to hear of these targeted and threatening attacks that Mayor Sayak is experiencing. We condemn these acts of hate and violence and stand in solidarity with her. These hate attacks have no place anywhere. We stand with Mayor Sayak and pledge to work in ensuring that our public systems work to dismantle the seeds of hatred, homophobia, racism, and supremacy, and will work in solidarity with other communities. We urge the town of Los Gatos to take a clear stand to denounce these hateful, violent, and threatening actions. In addition, the town of Los Gatos must work beyond words to promote empathy, understanding, and a shared responsibility for an end to violence and communal healing. And it's signed by over 100 ALF senior fellows and fellows. And finally, I'd just like to say, as the son of a former local elected official, former school board member myself, that how we conduct ourselves in the public's eye, in the town square, our discourse clearly matters. And it is, it's sad, it's disheartening to see the standards that we're used to be so clearly violated. So many of us in the ALF Senior Fellow community just want to thank all of you for your service and your commitment to the community and those same ideals. So Mayor, Town Council, thank you all very much. And you have a lot of support from your ALF colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Mineta. And please share our gratitude to all those that have signed as well. Our next speaker is Stephanie.
Hello, just that unmute button. Thank you. I'm here to address the mayor and the council in support of good governance, striving for high ideals, and your continued work in developing a community and a township that is serving beyond even the township of Los Gatos. I live in San Jose, right on the border, and I am so proud and excited to do commerce in Los Gatos. Some of my favorite restaurants in Los Gatos. I ride my bike in Los Gatos. I have many, many friends in Los Gatos, and I have meetings, many cups of coffee in Los Gatos in meetings. So I'm here to express my support, and also in this time when COP26, which is the UN's climate meeting that started in Glasgow yesterday, when we face global problems that feel insurmountable, when we just get over COVID, which is pales in comparison to some of our global challenges, I think it's more important now than ever for us to reach our best selves, to strive for the highest version of our best selves and come together to solve very challenging dilemmas. And we all share the planet in common, and we all need to, these problems don't know borders. The air pollution travels over borders, and we all need to pull together to solve some of these planetary problems. And I encourage us all to continue in your light and follow your good examples. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Debbie Lowe.
Hi. Ooh, I'm nervous. I haven't had to do this in years since I tried to get a permit for my remodel in town. I've been a resident of this town for 30 years. I wanted to voice my support for the town council and Mayor Sayak. I believe the vast majority of this town supports the programs you have implemented. It is beyond me that values such as inclusiveness, working together, listening, learning, growing, changing are being ridiculed and criticized. I'm in the medical field and am astounded at the misinformation and the politicization, hard word, of what is a public health issue, especially in the name of individual freedom. What happened to working for the common good and showing some humanity and concern for your fellow neighbors and friends and family? I feel like you, as our representatives, are being bullied by a misguided vocal minority. So I wanted you to know that there are so many of us that do not feel the same. We're working hard every day to instill values like inclusion, decency, and empathy in our kids and our community. We're working to make this a safer and more welcoming community. And I hope you know that we all support you and fully applaud all the actions the town council has taken to make this a better community for all of us. So thank you. I don't know what to do with my last 1 minute and 33 seconds, but thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Kirsty Morell.
Hi, thank you for listening to me or giving me a chance to speak. And thank you again for Town Council and Mayor for your work and your dedication. I really appreciate it in this time when there's a lot of strife, and I support you in all of your programs. I actually wanted to talk about an idea that I had heard about regarding decentralized power generation for greater resilience. And I wanted to share that I wondered whether this was something that Los Gatos could make use of. I was listening to a radio show that was talking about how a Louisiana resident was able to provide some power for all of his neighbors when power was out for 10 days after Hurricane Ida, because he had installed solar panels and had batteries on his house. And so as a result, he was able to provide charging for the people in his neighborhood, as well as power a refrigerator so that people could store medications, and provide power to a neighbor who had an oxygen machine. And since then, he's gone on to promote the idea of providing incentives to restaurants. I believe he lives in New Orleans, to install solar and batteries so that they could avoid spoilage during power outages. And also provide services for people so that they can charge their phones and connect to the outside world. And that's, also extremely important. Given that we have, these power shutoffs due to fire concerns that may be increasing as the climate warms, I wondered whether maybe this is something that we might be able to do here, whether it would be possible to install solar and power and batteries on some of the public buildings, for instance, in town, and provide kind of a power island for people who are without power during some of the shutoffs. Anyway, I know that there are people on the council who know much more about this topic than I do, but I bring it up because I thought it was really interesting, and I thought it was something that maybe we could do to be more resilient in the future. Thank you for your time, and I'm done.
Thank you. And we'll ask our staff to look into this idea and circle back with us. Our next speaker is Craig Gleason. At this time, it appears he will be our last. Oh, we have other hands, but if you would like to speak, please raise your hand and we'll call on you. Craig?
Yeah, thanks very much for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to make some comments tonight about Native American land acknowledgements. And first, I'll briefly describe what land acknowledgements are and why they've become more common. Then I'd like to speak to my own experience with land acknowledgements. And finally, I'll provide some suggestions that I think could help Los Gatos in terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Land acknowledgements recognize that the lands on which we live and gather are the unceded homelands of Indigenous people, and that descendants of those people are still among us today. An example of a very simple land acknowledgement that's not specific to a place is this one from the National Museum of the American Indian. We gratefully acknowledge the Native peoples on whose ancestral homelands we gather, as well as the diverse and vibrant Native communities who make their home here today. Now, I was first introduced to land acknowledgements through the Santa Cruz Mountains Trail Stewardship, where I'm a frequent volunteer. And before each live or virtual event, the Trail Stewardship provides a land acknowledgement recognizing the people on whose land we're gathering, as well as the languages they spoke, and that their descendants are among us today to carry on their traditions and honor their heritage. One reason this is important to this organization is that we value good stewardship of the land, as did the Native Americans who cared for these lands for thousands of years. Recently, I was assisting the Parks Commission in preparing for the event at Gatos Park, and I was asked to prepare a history of the park. The library helped us to find a lot of history from the past 60 years or so, but it was quite difficult to find out anything about what came before that. I decided to add a land acknowledgement to make sure we were recognizing that there were people there before the town of Los Gatos was created. And to do that, I reached out to a few tribes for assistance in identifying the original inhabitants of this area, as well as in crafting the language of the acknowledgement. Karina Giri of Tamian Nation helped me to create the text that we used. And in our discussion, she stressed that the land acknowledgement should not just be about the past, but it should recognize that Indigenous people are here among us today. And in addition, she suggested that an important part of the acknowledgement is a commitment from the local entity like the town or the Parks Department to a culture of inclusion and to dismantling legacies of colonialism. Now, since I couldn't make that type of commitment for the parks or the town, the commitment I made was to bring this topic to the town council. And my suggestion is to adopt a land acknowledgement for Los Gatos and to use its language in town events signage at parks, and so forth. And for the town to make that commitment to ensure that Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Initiative appropriately considers Indigenous people. Thanks. I'd be happy to work with the town to help realize that.
Thank you, Mr. Gleason. And would anyone else like to speak to us under verbal communications? I see one speaker with the hands raised. However, you have already spoken, and so I want to reserve time for others. I see no other hands raised. And so I am going to close verbal communications, and I turn to our other business, starting with agenda item 8, which is to approve an update to our council policy and code of conduct. And I turn to Manager Perfetti.
Thank you, Mayor. This evening before you is a recommendation from the Town Council Policy Committee to update our code of conduct policy and our agenda format and rules policy to spell out more specifically what we mean by civility as noted in the staff report. In addition, we are very clear in the proposed language that if someone does disturb a town meeting, whether it's a town council meeting or a board or commission meeting, that it could lead to enforcement. And we go through what those enforcement steps are in the policy language. As we were preparing this item for council, we found 2 old resolutions that need to be rescinded because we are no longer doing our council policies by resolution. For the last few years, the council adopts the policies as it wishes, and then they go into effect immediately. So we have 2 old resolutions that we're also asking for rescission. We would like these policies to be adopted this evening. They would go into effect immediately and then be available for all of our boards and commissions as well as our town council meeting. It just levels the playing field and I think sets a standard for civility, and everyone would then understand what the implications are as well as enforcement. And I'm available to answer any questions as well as the town attorney and the committee members. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Risto, as the chair to the policy committee, would you like to supplement with any other information?
I think it's pretty straightforward. I think the one thing, and it's in the report that the mayor also brought up, is that this will apply to all the other boards, committees, and commissions as well. So we wanted to make sure that was broadened.
Okay. And council members, any questions of staff? Well, seeing none, I turn to our public. If you would like to provide comments on agenda item 8, now is your time to do so. I see no hands raised, and so I close public testimony and bring this back to council and look for comments or a motion. Councilmember Badami.
I was going to go ahead and make a motion because I didn't see any hands up, but now I see Councilmember Hudas with a hand up. But I'll go ahead with the motion and see if he wants to comment. I move to approve updates to Council Policy 2.01, Town Agenda Format and Rules and Council Policy, Attachment 1, 2.04, Town Council Code of Conduct as recommended by the Council Policy Committee in Attachment 2, and adopt a resolution in Attachment 6 to rescind Resolutions 2009-002 and 2006-111.
Okay. Thank you, Council Member. And Council Member Hudas, do you have comments and a second?
I have a second and a comment.
Great.
And I was kind of interested in item 4 in the let's see, it's in the policy, page 7 of 7. And I think one of the key things is that we are elected to serve the residents of the town with regard to matters that the town can in some way influence or control. And so, and I think the language there is good, that it says that the meeting must pertain to items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the town. But I was going to ask a question about whether it would be possible, or it's been discussed with the town attorney, about asking speakers at the public meeting to provide their full name and to ask whether they are a resident of the town of Los Gatos. And I'm not suggesting that we prevent people from speaking, but in order to make a judgment about whether the comments are going to be relevant to the topic matter that's within the jurisdiction of the town, it seems as though it would be very helpful. And I would also point out that in the past, we did that. We had a speaker card that we asked people to fill out. And we didn't require it, but we asked them to do it. And it seems to me that we would be more focused on what we are here to do, what we've been elected to do, if we were able to understand who is speaking and whether they are a resident of the town. So I'm kind of asking a general question. I would be prepared to offer a modification to the motion if others are interested in that.
Thank you, Councilmember Hudis. We do have a motion and a second. I believe, Mr. Schultz, that question is probably better suited for you to answer. And so if you wouldn't mind.
Yes, good evening, Council. The Brown Act specifically states that you cannot require registration or providing name and address, but that doesn't mean you couldn't put in the policy that you asked for it. But just so you know, yes, you cannot require it. If someone says they want to speak anonymously and don't want to give you your address, you wouldn't be able to deny them the ability to attend or participate in the meetings. But you certainly could put in the policy and come up with language that it's just a request. And we'd have to make certain we have language in there that it's not a mandatory, but it is possible to request it. And as Councilmember Hudis mentions, when we were in person, we had the speaker cards, and most did fill those out with their names and location.
And if I might just ask a follow-up, is there a distinction between providing a name to attend a meeting versus providing a name to speak at a meeting?
We debate that on a regular basis in our state Brown Act committee, which is nothing but Brown Act committee nerds. But the collective, it's not clear in the Brown Act, but the collective opinion is it applies to both. The minority, I believe it only applies is if you're going to speak, you could do that. But the majority of town attorneys and city attorneys believe it is attendance and participation. So that's what we'd have to put in there.
Okay, I could clarify the language if there's interest on the part of others in adding that.
And currently we have a motion and a second. And so any questions currently on the motion? Vice Mayor Rennie.
Not really a question. I just want to say that, to me, it's not really that relevant whether somebody is a resident or not. They may be somebody that frequently comes to our town and enjoys our town, or they have a business in town. I personally want to hear from everybody. I want to, you never know where good ideas are going to come from, and I don't want to be biased just because somebody lives in town or not lives in town. So I'm happy with the language as is.
And Councilmember Risto.
I actually think that could be a good addition. We're not requiring it, and I think a lot of times speakers will tell you either, we had a speaker say, I live right on the border of Los Gatos, but I, go to the coffee shops, I do X, Y, and Z. Often if someone's speaking about a topic, they'll give their relationship to how it matters to them. But I don't think that it hurts. And I think it can be very helpful to just hear if someone is not a resident, if they state I'm not a resident, then they may point out what their connection is to the issue that they're bringing up. So I actually am supportive of that language, but interested in hearing from other council members.
And currently, before Councilmember Badami, actually, you knew exactly what I was going to go for. You are the maker of the motion, and so I turn to you whether you'd like to make an amendment or whether you'd like to keep it as is.
I'd like to make the amendment. It wouldn't hurt. It could be helpful. And maybe it's the investigative background that I have, but I like to know as much as possible about the people who speak to us. I think most of us would.
Okay, so it sounds like we are going to, the maker of the motion is entertaining an amendment. And so Councilmember Hudis, you are the seconder. Would you like to state what that amendment is?
Yes, I would, again, subject to the town attorney's guidance, I would suggest that we add the language, speakers at public meetings will be asked to provide their full name, and they will be asked to state whether they are a resident of the town of Los Gatos.
Okay, and I'm putting you on the spot, Mr. Schultz, whether would you like to include this language? Would you like the ability to modify it?
I think we need a caveat, just ask, but not required.
Okay, and so to the maker of the motion, would you be willing to entertain this amendment to include that language?
Yes, I would.
Oh, hold on. So Councilmember Badami and then Councilmember Hudis as the second. If you could just clarify you're agreeing.
I'm sorry, I agreed to it. I don't know who we're looking to speak now.
Oh, so Councilmember Hudis, you seconded the motion. And so with the caveat that Town Attorney Schultz put, are you willing to second the motion?
Yes.
Okay, and so Vice Mayor Rennie, I see your hand raised, and then I'm going to ask, I guess, one of you to repeat what that sentence would be with Mr. Schultz's inclusion. Vice Mayor?
I'll just say that, again, I worry that asking those questions are going to discourage people from speaking, and so I will not be supporting the motion.
Okay, and Councilmember Risto.
Yes, I don't want to change the wording of the motion, but I'm curious if the information could be added to the beginning of the meeting. So when the mayor is reading the rules of civil discourse or how each step proceeds, would it be then stated before any kind of communication that, just to provide extra information, the town council is requesting full name and whether you're a resident or not, we welcome all voices, something along those lines, and pointing out that it's optional, at the start of the meeting. Is that how it would be? That's how I would suggest to be implemented.
Okay, and so implementation versus the policy is different. And so I'm going to ask to Councilmember Badami what exactly you would like included in your motion.
Well, I wouldn't like it at the beginning because I think if you say it at the beginning of the meeting, people get nervous later when they go to speak. So they're going to forget that we're requesting, but they don't have to give it their name and address. So they'd be more likely not to give it. So I would rather have Councilmember Hudis repeat the sentence that he had proposed to add.
And Councilmember Hudis?
Yeah, and I would just add a comment that I think it's much like the speaker card, where the mayor or whoever is chairing the meeting would ask people to provide that information if they're speaking. And, if they haven't stated so. And I think certainly providing that at the beginning of the meeting will help to get the ball rolling so that people will mostly volunteer it. So the sentence would be, speakers at public meetings will be asked to provide their full name, and they'll be asked to state whether they are a resident of the town of Los Gatos. This information is optional but not required.
And any questions to that statement and that motion? Okay, I see no further questions. So I'm going to go ahead and call the question. Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye. Vice
Mayor Rennie?
No.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Hudis?
Aye.
And I also vote aye. And as I mentioned earlier, I do believe execution versus policy. And so I would ask that our clerk include the language that, again, in our council front page that clarifies exactly the ask and that it's an optional. Okay, with that, we now move to item number 9. Okay, and while our panelists, our guests are being, I'm sorry, yes, item number 9. And so I believe, Manager Pravetti, is this you or is this Town Attorney Schultz?
I can start it. This is the ordinance to introduce the permanent ordinance regarding picketing. At our last session, you adopted an urgency ordinance. And so to make this permanent, we are bringing forward the first reading by title only this evening. The ordinance has not changed in terms of its language. It's essentially the same as what you considered at our prior meeting. And I defer to the town attorney for any other descriptors. Thank you.
Thank you. You did an excellent job, Town Manager. Yes. So we adopted it first time around as an urgency ordinance because we wanted to get it on the books. That will expire in 45 days. And so we're already starting the process of introduction and first reading of the ordinance. It's exactly the same, and as amended, it is narrowly tailored to protect the safety of residents while leaving open ample opportunities for other channels of communications. The ordinance is content neutral and merely restricts the time, place, and manner of picketing. If adopted, it will protect the residents from being individually targeted from unlawful demonstrations. These ordinances have been are similar and actually identical to ones that have been upheld by the courts. And with that, we'll look for a motion for introduction and first reading by title only.
Great. And council members, any questions? Councilmember Badami?
I just had a question. Are we going to accept public comment?
Yes. And so I was just calling to see if there were any questions of the actual ordinance to staff. Okay, seeing none. So I will open public testimony on this. We have one speaker raised, and that's Ali Miano.
Hi, thank you very much. Ali Miano, longtime Los Gatos resident. I just wanted to speak in favor of this ordinance. I am relieved to know that you're taking this action. I hope you will all support it. As I've said in the past, I am grateful for your efforts. We may not always see eye to eye, but I believe in respectful engagement and respectful, at times, disagreement and sometimes agreement. And I want you all to be safe. And other residents as well, because when picketers behave dangerously, it also affects other neighbors. And so this is something we have to do for everyone because of, as someone called them earlier, some extreme agitators in town. So I again urge you all to support this ordinance, make it permanent for your own safety, for others in the town, and for future folks who hopefully won't be discouraged and will instead be inspired by the courage you all have shown, especially Mayor Sayak, in these challenging times. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this agenda item? Seeing no hands raised, I will close public testimony and look to the council for comments and a motion. Councilmember Badami?
I didn't see any hands raised again, so I'll go forward with the motion. I move for the introduction and first reading of the ordinance, attachment 1, by title only, amending the Los Gatos Town Code section 18.50.100 to prohibit targeted residential picketing.
Thank you. And Councilmember Hudes. And you're on mute.
Second the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Any comments or questions to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Councilmember Hudes.
Aye.
Vice Mayor.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami,
Aye.
Councilmember Risto.
Aye.
I vote aye, and this motion passes unanimously. And if we could have Ms. Neese read it by title only.
Thank you. An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos amending section 18.50.100 of the Town Code to prohibit targeted residential picketing.
Thank you. So now we move to agenda item number 10, which is to provide direction to strengthen the town's social host ordinance and update the youth party guidelines. As mentioned earlier, we like to work in partnership with several institutions in town. And for this meeting, we have invited our partners at the within the Los Gatos High School District, both in the administration. And so if we can promote all of our guest speakers to join us, and welcome all of them to our meeting, and ask them to go ahead and present after Town Manager Pravetti provides an introduction.
Thank you very much. As noted in the staff report, the town does have a social host ordinance. And what that means is that it identifies the rules under which underage drinking might be allowed in private homes. I think we all recognize that underage drinking has become a little bit more common. And so it's time for us to really modernize and update these rules. In addition, many years ago, our youth commission identified party guidelines, and we're recommending that we ask our youth commission to update those guidelines to reflect modern day situations. Tonight, we're only asking for direction from the town council. You do not need to pick a particular ordinance. We did provide some benchmarking for you just so you could see how other communities have addressed this. We really just need your direction in terms of adding this to our work plan. And then if any of the benchmark ideas from the other communities resonated with you, or if you'd like us to explore that more, we're happy to do so. And again, we're really excited about being able to work on this with our partners at our school districts and certainly the broader community. And with that, Mayor, I defer to you as to our presenters for this evening. Thank you.
Mayor, before you do that, I just have one question.
Yes.
I don't see Allison on here. I see an Ally. Is that the correct person?
It appears so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, welcome. It's great to see so many of you tonight. Dr. Grove and Trustee Hurten, I will leave it to you to provide the introductions. I've shared with staff that we'll have a collective 10 minutes to hear from all of you, and just ask you to stay on afterwards in case there are council questions. And then we'll go ahead and begin public testimony as well. But welcome, and we look forward to hearing your shared information that can help enable a stronger social host ordinance.
Okay, good evening. My name's Mike Grove. I'm the superintendent of the Los Gatos Saratoga Union High School District, and I want to thank you for inviting us to join you this evening. I don't know, is the slide deck going to be presented as we speak? Okay, perfect. So if we could move to the next slide, please. So last week I sent a letter to the council requesting that the town partner with us to address underage drinking in our community, and as a first step in that, to consider reviewing and strengthening your existing social host ordinance. We're here this evening to share some information in support of this request and to answer any questions that you may have of us. We have a short presentation. A number of our staff members will help with that. Each will introduce themselves as they get to their section of it in the interest of time. So next slide, please. So I'm going to share some information from the California Healthy Kids Survey. That is a survey administered by the state of California, and schools throughout the state give the California Healthy Kids sometimes every year, sometimes every other year. It is an anonymous survey of student resilience, various protective factors, as well as a number of risk behaviors. It provides our schools and our school district with really helpful information on a wide variety of subjects, which helps us to identify areas of need or concern among our schools and our students, and allows us to measure the impact of any initiatives that we are employing to address some of those areas of needs. Next slide, please. So we're going to share two pieces of data from the Healthy Kids, both relating to underage drinking. So the first slide we're sharing indicates that 28% of our Los Gatos High School 11th graders reported drinking alcohol in the 30 days before the survey. As the graph indicates, this is 12% higher than the state average, 13% higher than Saratoga, the other high school in our district, and higher than comparable communities in our area like Mountain View, Los Altos, and Palo Alto. Those are typically school districts that we compare ourselves with. Next slide, please. This slide refers to binge drinking, which the survey defines as drinking 5 or more drinks in a row in one sitting. So of greater concern to us, even than just the number of students who say they have consumed alcohol, is this binge drinking number. 16% of our Los Gatos 11th graders report engaging in binge drinking in the 30 days prior to the survey. And again, this rate is significantly higher than the state average and comparable communities in our area. We fully recognize that underage drinking is not unique to Los Gatos. These numbers also indicate, if you look at this slide, it indicates that 84% of our juniors say they are not engaging in binge drinking the 30 days before. So we need to acknowledge that. Yet the 16% that they say they are is of concern for us, particularly because it appears to be outsized in our community in relation to others in our area and our state. So Los Gatos High School Assistant Principal Ali Stites is going to discuss what we see and experience as the impact of the underage drinking on the Los Gatos community and Los Gatos High School. So if you would proceed to the next slide, and I'll turn it over to Ali to introduce that.
Yes, hi everyone. So teen drinking leads to other social issues that negatively impact our entire community, like drunk driving, vandalism, sexual harassment, and assault. And according to the Maryland Collaborative to Reduce College Drinking Related Problems, alcohol can be a contributing factor to sexual assaults. Also, underage drinking can lead to physical assaults, and it's a gateway to other drug use. Underage drinking by the individual can lead to addiction, legal consequences, emotional consequences like bullying, harassment in person or social media. And an individual's schooling can also be impacted, like the fallout from inappropriate behavior and the resulting gossip, bullying, harassment that can follow. Also, there is a social emotional impact from sexual harassment and assault, and victims feel unsafe at school, which interferes with their learning. And I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Amy Drolet.
Do you want to go to the next slide?
I think I'm the next slide,
Yes.
so I'll take it. My name's Christy Grasty, and I'm one of the assistant principals, and I'm going to share some of our efforts to combat underage substance use and its harmful consequences. We have increased education related to preventing substance use, sexual harassment, assault, and discrimination, and have increased efforts to promote healthy, respectful relationships and student well-being. Specific efforts will be described in upcoming slides. We have also updated our code of conduct, which applies to all students participating in school activities. This code expresses clear and consistent expectations for school-related behavior and consequences for infractions. It is important to know that as a public high school, our jurisdiction has legal limits. According to California Education Code, we may suspend or expel a student only for acts that a current student commits which are related to school activity or school attendance, including acts which occur while on school grounds, while going to or coming from school, during the lunch period, whether on or off campus, or during or while going to or coming from a school-sponsored activity. Next is Amy Drolette, who will talk about some of our specific efforts. Thank you.
So before Amy begins, I want to kind of add on to that. Obviously, we on occasion have students who have consumed alcohol while on campus or at school activities, whether it be dances, football games, things like that. But students report to us that most of the time when they drink, it is obviously not at school. It is at private homes, at parties, things on the weekend. The instances where we have students who have reported incidents of sexual assault, every single one of them has involved alcohol use by the students involved. And students also pretty frequently report to us that drinking takes place in private homes when adults are present and aware of the drinking that is going on. And sometimes the adults are providing the alcohol to students. Clearly, sometimes students go to parties where there are no adults, but it's quite honestly fairly shocking to us how frequently our kids are telling us that adults are there and aware of these things. So I just wanted to note that before we move on.
Thank you, Dr. Grove. I'm Amy Jolette, Assistant Principal at Los Gatos High School, and I get to share with you what the supports and interventions look like at Los Gatos High School. If you see in this visual, looking at Tier 1, these are the support and interventions that we provide all students at Los Gatos High. It's with the lens of prevention and proactive approaches. In this year alone, we have integrated the advisory curriculum into our bell schedule, where all students are receiving education and improved education on outreach, specifically to Title IX. We have also provided all students access to Talkspace, and even our staff access to Talkspace, which is a text audio video therapy resource. In addition to that, it was with a lot of support of our district and our board and Heath Rocha as we created the Wellness Center at Los Gatos High. It is staffed with a clinical health outreach worker as well as a youth outreach worker. So at Tier 1, we are serving all students at Los Gatos High. At the Tier 2, certainly it's really only about 5 to 15% of our students, certainly students at risk. And the way in which we serve our students with interventions at this level, oftentimes is through the Wellness Center. They're short-term intervention. Our students are created in small groups, and there's restorative practices in which are integrated into the group therapy groups that have been created. So that's at Tier 2. At Tier 3, we're looking at our 1 to 5% of our students who are highly at risk. And the supports and the interventions are very targeted individual support, such as we offer the ASSIST program at Los Gatos High School. It's a therapeutic program. Certainly our students have IEPs and are served through services, but is our therapeutic program on campus. In addition to that, we're seeing an increase in providing services, what we call wraparound service. This is a comprehensive, holistic, youth and family-driven way of responding when youth experience serious mental health and behavioral challenges. And this is something that our district has committed to providing some additional supports for our highly at-risk students. And then as we shared a little bit about the Wellness Center, it does have a district lead therapist, as well as our partnership with our CASI therapists who've been with our district for many, many years in providing mental health support, school-based counseling support for our students And these are the tiers in which we are serving all of our students. Next slide, please. The Wellness Center program outcomes, while it may look very ambitious, it is at the core of our focus and our efforts. We've created some outcomes, and I would say many years ago, we visited a wellness center up in San Francisco, and we felt we all had the components at Los Gatos High, but it was with the vision and support of our board that we were able to create the actual physical space as well as the staffing to create what we call the Wellness Center program. Certainly the outcomes were to increase our youth awareness around health services with a focus on mental health and substance abuse services. We wanted to increase our parent communication and awareness. We wanted to increase youth knowledge around healthy behaviors and promote their own health through their decisions and their behaviors on and off campus. We absolutely wanted to decrease youth reliance on substances while maintaining and to improve their mental, social, emotional well-being. Absolutely, because we are a school, we want to increase our youth attachment to school and academic performance. Again, I know these are very robust goals when we created the Wellness Center, but we know that our students absolutely deserve this level of support at the high school. Then I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to board member Peter. I'm sorry, actually, I'm going to go back to Dr. Grove.
So next slide, please. So our staff just covered what we are doing as a school district. And when I think about what we can do as a broader community, we did a little bit of research, and the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration provides us with some research-based recommendation about how an entire community can address underage drinking. And it's three key things: that we can work to promote a sense of local efficacy, basically the idea that our local community can solve this issue if we commit to doing so. That we develop coalitions of local organizations such as schools, communities of faith, local government, law enforcement, et cetera, focused on changing community culture around underage drinking. And then third, build community awareness of underage drinking, and particularly the primary and secondary consequences of it, some of which we summarized earlier. I see these recommendations as providing a roadmap for our partnership. Next slide, please. And so where do we go from here? Our district believes that our community has the ability to reduce underage drinking, and that we have an obligation to our kids and our community to do so. We embrace our role in this effort, but we also know that this is not a school issue, that this is a community issue, and it plays out in our community and in our schools. So that requires a collaborative approach with families and community partners, such as the town of Los Gatos. So we're inviting you to partner with us in this important effort. First, by examining your social host ordinance and working with us into the future on a community awareness and education effort. So we aren't naive enough to believe that strengthening the social host ordinance will stop underage drinking on its own, but it certainly can help to build community awareness, to send a powerful message to our community that underage drinking is not acceptable, and specifically that the provision of alcohol and hosting parties at which minors are allowed to drink are not acceptable behaviors from our adults and won't be tolerated. So I know we went over time. I apologize. Thank you for allowing us to share this information this evening, for the strong partnership that we already share, and for your consideration of our requests. We look forward to working with you on this and other issues of importance for our kids and our community. And we will take any questions that you may have.
Yeah, thank you. And I do realize that you did go over time, but I think this is an important issue. And as you have so eloquently said, it requires a partnership to really address some of the seriousness that we're seeing that's occurring. Councilmember Badami.
Thank you, Mayor. So question for Mr. Grove or someone else who might be able to answer it. Along with this increase in the underage drinking, are you aware of other issues with substances, such as an increase in cannabis use or even a controlled substance? Is it just alcohol or other items? Because we're looking at cannabis maybe coming to town. So I'm kind of concerned about that particular item and what you've experienced in the school district with those items.
Yeah, I think the best person to answer that question would be Heath Rocha, our Associate Superintendent of Student Services. So Heath, could you address that?
Yes. Hello, Mayor Sayak, Town Council. I'm trying to pull up the California Healthy Kids data. I think actually the cannabis use, well, I don't want to speak till I could pull it up. So maybe I could send that information to the mayor to share with the town council. I think what we've seen, and it's happened across the country, that our greatest concern is the illegal drugs coming across the border that are laced with fentanyl that could be fatal on the first kind of usage. And so we're actually working right now on a video with some of our parents who lost their sons, former students, after fentanyl use, taking something that was laced. So that is kind of our kind of next focus in educating our students and families on. But I will get you the information on kind of the same data that you saw in alcohol use as it relates to marijuana for your review.
And we can actually provide the town with it. It asks a number of questions about a variety of substances, so we can share all of that data with the town. I think it would be informative for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And any other council questions at this time? I do have a question of the team, and I'll let one of you answer. As you saw, we've done some initial research that the town attorney has done. Based on what you yourselves have seen, do you have any comments on any of the different ordinances that have been provided in our staff report?
I was only able to look at them briefly. We've unfortunately had a very busy week, so I don't feel like, quite honestly, that I'm informed enough to offer an educated opinion on it at this point, but I would be happy to look at that, and if we can share it with our team, and if we have some input, share that with you as you're moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I have a question for anybody who might know the answer. When comparing to other communities like Saratoga or other high schools, Saratoga High School, Mountain View, Los Altos, and Palo Alto, do you have any feel for whether those communities have stronger social host laws, or are we also dealing with a cultural issue in our communities? Because then that might require two different approaches, right? The education and the enforcement. But do you have a sense for what the social host laws might be in Palo Alto, or if they're similar?
And I certainly don't want to put him on the spot, but I know that your town attorney, I believe, did some research regarding other municipalities and what social host ordinances might look there. So he might be your best resource on that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I looked at those. I was more specifically concerned with why Los Gatos is such an outlier. Is it, I mean, I realize we need to tighten up our social host. I think that will be a tool, but I'm curious if it's because there's better tools at the other local 3 high schools to which we're comparing ourselves, or is it also a community culture issue that we're also dealing with?
So my impression and my belief is that it's more of our other city within our district, well, one of the other cities within our district is Saratoga. They have a social host ordinance that is pretty similar to yours, yet we're not seeing the same levels of substance use in that community that we are here. So I wouldn't attribute it to the higher rates in Los Gatos to the social host ordinance. I think it probably really is more of a community awareness and attitude issue in this community, more so than any particular ordinances. The ordinance I see as exactly as you describe it, a tool both for communication awareness, as well as any ordinance that goes into effect, if it isn't enforced when issues come up, it has very little meaning. So I think that that's where both setting clear expectations, which we're trying to do with our students and our families, but hearing that set of expectations from another community organization like the town, and then as we do with our students, we set expectations. If they fail to meet them, then there are consequences for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And my only question, and then I'll open it up for public testimony, is something that all of you really focused on was just the two-prong approach of education as well as enforcement. And so I know in the past, as you've done your community work, you've invited the town to several of your community conversations. And I think Manager Pravetti and I would also like to make sure that in this regard, this is an area where I'm speaking for myself. I think we would find value in learning what it is that you are sharing and educating your communities and your families on, so that we can reinforce those messages, whether it's through newsletters or through our library, but definitely other mechanisms, so that we can continue to reinforce. These are our children as well as your children, and we want to make sure that we're saying the same thing.
Correct. We would love to do that. As I said, I think a partnership on community awareness and education, and even bringing in additional partners who can echo these messages as well, because the more sources our students and our families hear this message from, the more likely we're going to be successful and have the impact we want.
Wonderful. And so, council members, if I see no other questions, what I'll do is I'll ask our guests we can say goodbye to our guests and ask them to join as a participant, and open up to attendees who'd like to speak on this issue. And so thank you all for spending the evening with us and sharing what you have already discovered.
Thank you all very much.
Okay. And if we can open it up for public testimony, our first speaker, Chris Miller.
Good evening. My name is Chris Miller. I'm a lifelong resident of the town of Los Gatos. I currently serve as the CASA Community Against Substance Use Board Community Liaison. And thank you for this enlightening discussion. I do want to point out, based upon my analysis of California Healthy Kids Survey data going back to when I was a senior at Los Gatos High School in 1999, is that drug and alcohol usage is actually at the lowest level in the last 20 years, which is good news. I think we need to also look at successes, but also, as was pointed out, there are higher rates of drug, particularly alcohol use in other communities at Los Gatos than looking at similar communities of demographic, socioeconomic status. So I do think it's important for us to, recognize and feel accomplished that that drug and alcohol usage is at the lowest level, at least according to California Healthy Kids Survey data. I also want to say that CASA, speaking on behalf of CASA's board, we definitely support the social host ordinance. I know when it was first introduced, I want to say 2005 to 2006 time period with Police Chief Seaman, there was a lot of support from CASA then, and we continue to want to and support and encourage the town to look at the ordinance. The last thing I would like to say is that I think there's a great opportunity here to develop, as Superintendent Grove said, a community kind of coalition in developing an effort around this area, and CASA would be honored to be part of that. I'm a big fan of social norms and positive community norms. I think that positive messaging tends to work very well and has been shown to work very well in communities of higher socioeconomic status, such as Los Gatos. So I'd really encourage the council and the partners to look at social norms approaches as you all move forward.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, Lewis Rich.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We can, thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. Again, my name is Louis Rich. In addition to being a town resident, I'm also a guidance counselor at the high school, the parent of an 8th grader at Fisher, and also a recent Los Gatos High School graduate. I'd like to just share a few of my, I guess, perspective or remarks as a parent, as a community member, and as an employee at the high school. Teen alcohol consumption is a problem in our community, as it is in communities throughout the country. I hope that we can work together to reduce underage drinking and other forms of substance abuse. Collaborative partnerships between and among the elementary and high school districts, community members, and law enforcement should flourish to provide the safest, healthiest environment to raise our children. The high school most certainly has a role, and has been shared tonight, is actively engaged in strengthening our program. When I started at Los Gatos in 2006, we contracted for 1 intern therapist through EMQ, and our sophomores had 12 weeks of health education. That essentially was the extent of our programming. 15 years later, our health curriculum occurs in the freshman year. We have a robust CASI program, multiple peer-to-peer education programs, and a growing list of resources. Our work will never be complete, and we must continually strive to modify, supplement, and work to reach our students. Tonight, I ask that you please consider strengthening our town's social host ordinance. While not a catch-all or cure, it's an important step to stress the consequences when adults in the community facilitate or look the other way as teens drink in their homes or on their properties. The risks for long-term harm are substantial, whether an increased risk for substance abuse, behaviors that harm the self or others, and a range of other risk factors. So much comes back to alcohol consumption beginning in the early teen years. We should deploy every tool and strategy we have available to guide and protect our kids. Safe homes and spaces are key. Sadly, issues long associated with college campuses, or as beginning in the college years, are rooted more and more in the high school experience. Conservative estimates are that 25% of college students will experience sexual assault. Realistically, that number may be twice as high. I've witnessed high school lives devastated by crimes committed against our students. The resulting anxiety, depression, trauma, and withdrawal occur with regularity in our community, tearing apart kids' lives and their families. These crimes most often occur in private homes where teens are under the influence. Anything we can do as a community to prevent such occurrences should be a uniting priority. Thank you again for your time and all the work that you put forth to make our community a better place.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Teresa Bond.
Hello, my name is Teresa Bond, and I'm a governing board member at Los Gatos Saratoga Union High School District. And I would first like to thank you for your dedicated service. And second, I'd like to focus and encourage you to look at some of the things that Mary and Maria brought up tonight. One is illegal substances, and the other is shared interest. So as you're going through this and reviewing that, if you could be very thorough and inclusive in looking at those two areas, the shared interest would be our neighboring towns, as well as the communities within our township, and also the fine schedule. I've looked at that, and quite frankly, some of the fines for the offenses under, I believe it's code 1830, are very low. I do not think that they would mean much to someone who received those fines. So I'd like to thank our staff, our administration, and a big shout out to our Assistant Superintendent Heath Rocha for spearheading this effort and their wonderful presentation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Any other speakers on this item? I see no other hands raised, so I'm closing public testimony, and I look to the council for questions and discussion and ultimately a motion for direction. Councilmember Badami.
So I would recommend that staff continue to work with the high school and the youth commission for implementation and enforcement. And in addressing the alcohol abuse by our youth, we would be remiss if we did not include abuse of marijuana and controlled substances. So when I look at the attachments in what some of our neighboring cities are doing with their ordinances, I'm liking the city of Larkspur. I would like for us to mirror something along those lines in an ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Would other council members like to share their thoughts and provide direction as well? Councilmember Hudas.
I think the ordinances that we've seen, the examples, are a rich source of us being able to create our own ordinance. I don't think we have to go too far from what has been offered as an example, and I think it will make a big difference in the area of shaping behavior through enforcement. But I did want to comment that Dr. Grove stressed the idea of a community awareness and education. And I want to just kind of ask the question, is there more that we as a municipality can do beyond enforcement through social host ordinance? And, of course, the schools have a great deal of responsibility for shaping behavior of students, but parents are often involved. And shouldn't this be more of a partnership between the schools and our residents, more of a collaboration? And I'm thinking about some specific ideas, such as, can we work to educate parents and residents more about what parties are, how they snowball, how to be aware of risky activity and what to do at your own home, and if you're aware of it at a neighbor's home. And that's, along the lines of education, but it's pretty specific. It isn't don't drink. It's, how do we deal with these behaviors when we see them? And, can we do this maybe through community efforts, a combination of workshops and social media to engage our community on this really concerning trend that is absolutely needs to be addressed. And I would just offer that if others are interested, I'd like to work with them and with the mayor and others in the school district to see if we can do more in Los Gatos on this area of engaging the residents in the issue that we have. And I fully support the ideas that have been put forth in a social host ordinance, but I don't think it's enough, particularly given the long-term nature of this and the fact that it does point to some cultural issues. You can't change culture overnight, but you can make people aware of behaviors and try to make people more effective at dealing with this issue when they see it, particularly the parties.
Any other council members? Vice Mayor Rennie?
Thank you, Mayor. So I like the whole partnership idea with the school, and I like all of their programs. They were looking at it pretty holistically. There's a certain amount of drinking, and it really gets abusive. A lot of times that's related to a substitution for counseling, or in other words, there's a lot of, as we all know, teenagers, there's a lot of stress, there's a lot of pressure, both academic and social, and the whole, adolescent, getting through adolescent changes and so forth. And counseling and mental health services, as suggested as part of their program, is a good way to help students get through that. If they're not getting enough of those services, alcohol and drugs are a substitution for that. So helping to, keep it from, going beyond it, just a little bit of an experimentation to actually being a relief from some other traumas. We also need to have all these other programs. I think all of that is important. I agree with this, idea of awareness and education partnership with the schools. But we also need to strengthen the ordinance, as we've been saying, to send a message also to the parents that, this is not acceptable. It's important to not or to discourage youth and teens from going further down this as a substitute for ways of getting through the traumas and the stress. I think it was mentioned the idea of getting people more engaged in the academics or sports or other things of that sort. So I think there's a lot of pieces to this, and I definitely want to, the school looks like they're really getting a good start, and I want to do our part to partner with them by helping with this ordinance. Another thing I wanted to bring up is a lot of times I think students don't know how to have healthy sexual relationships, and the alcohol or the drugs help you kind of let loose and learn in ways that can be disastrous for people's mental health through abuse and so forth. So I think another piece that should be considered is the teaching of how to have a healthy sexual relationship also. I'm not sure that was mentioned as much, and sometimes it may be a difficult discussion, but I think it can help a lot in the end result, which is a sexual abuse, which can create a lot more trauma that we're trying to avoid. The one thing I was wondering, we didn't mention it anywhere, is in the past, our youth commission has been very helpful in helping us create ordinances, our smoking ordinances and so forth. But I didn't see it mentioned anywhere getting any help from them on this. I'm not feeling that equipped to pull things out of these ordinances easily at this point. I'd like a lot more suggestions, and I thought running it through the youth commission might be good also, because I think the first thing we want to do is say no, you can't do any of these things, restrict everything, lock everything down. Well, I'd like to work with the youth commission to help them, have them help us understand what's the right balance in all of this. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I actually did think that the staff, a couple things. One is I think the high school has a great program set up in terms of education and counseling and how to reach the students directly. I'm viewing the request or the job of the town more is dealing with the parents. I think in terms of the root causes of why students might be drinking or tension or whatever is one issue, but the fact that we have parties where parents are present and providing alcohol is, in my view, the top concern that this council should be addressing. And other things can flow from there, but I think the one thing we really need to do is change the social norms, change any idea that that's even remotely acceptable. And I think the social host ordinance is the number one way that we can address that. So I think that, without getting specific, I think we have, I mirror everything that Councilmember Huda said. And I think we have great options here that I would like to see collaboration from the school district where they think it would be most effective because they know their parents and the party situations better than we do. But also the youth commission, I would like to see them weigh in and get the feedback from them with referrals back to us. That's where I'm landing right now.
Thank you. And Councilmember Hudas.
Just one comment back is that I think Councilmember Risto is absolutely correct that the place where we can have the most impact, that's incremental, that's additional impact, is with the parents and residents. And not just, the parents that allow this to go on when they're home, but the ones who aren't home, and it goes on and it repeats, over and over again. So I think that, targeting that type of education, that type of information, I think would be something that is in our court, and we could be effective at.
Great. And so I see no other hands raised. And so I'll try and summarize what I've heard that we've had consensus on. I've heard that there is consensus that Let's look at strengthening our social host ordinance, and let's continue the partnership with the school district. Definitely the idea of including our youth commission in the youth party guidelines as well as the ordinance is something of value that I've heard from other council members, and looking at incremental ways we can continue the discussion. One thing I would like to comment, one of our speakers, Chris Miller, spoke about let's celebrate the success as well. There was a downward trend, and I think we need to look at what caused that trend, and we need to focus on the positive norms and societal norms that has been shared, that 86% do not do binge drinking. And how do we take advantage of some positive reinforcement? And I think there are some models out there that I know Mr. Miller and Mr. Rocha have already pursued. And those could perhaps be the foundation of a partnership of how do we do it community-wide so that we can have the opportunity to target parents, schools target the students, and that we just continue to reinforce the message that it doesn't require alcohol and drugs to have a good time, basically, and to enjoy one another's company. And so I looked to Town Manager Provetti. It sounds like those direction were pretty clear. If we can place this on a strategic priority discussion and ask Town Attorney Schultz to include this as an ordinance for future review, and then we'll just continue to work in collaboration with our school district.
Thank you. This direction is exactly what we needed. Thank you all very much.
Great. Well, thank you. And again, thank you for those that participated, and thank you for our guests today at Los Gatos High. And so if we can, let's move on to item number, I believe we are now at 11. Yes. And so if you, welcome Captain Borromeo.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Town Council. The staff report before you today is to provide an update as well as receive direction on the pilot employee parking program. This report was created in conjunction with the Parks and Public Works Department as well as Economic Vitality. In April of this year, with the council's direction, staff started with surveys for the downtown area to really give us an idea of the parking demand for employees, as well as where those locations would be primarily used for them. During those surveys, we gave them both to business owners as well as the employees. And at the end of it, we received 330 business surveys were contacted that went through email and through in-person contact. And the in-person was a great help, both with the Complete Streets and Transportation Committee, as well as with the Chamber of Commerce. The results they received back were about 103 responses from businesses and about 272 responses from our employees from the various businesses. Based on those estimates, the staff believes that there's going to be a substantial need for employee parking spaces as this program continues. With some of the data that we did receive, there wasn't enough information to have a very good picture. So we identified the potential for a waitlist program to give us a better idea of both location and numbers as we continue with the program. The pilot program primarily is going to help us impact or address parking impacts during those peak hours, which is Thursday to Friday from 11 till about 2 p.m. The employee permit during that time will be free, and the pre-registration is going to help us kind of determine what locations are needed by those employees that sign up, as well as the number of spaces. The implementation will really go into 4 different parts. It'll start with the employee registration. It'll then go into parking space designation, which will be a result from what we get from pre-registration and some of the information that we received from the surveys, as well as signage design, and then long-term parking solutions, which is giving us flexibility to add additional parking time in addition to 3 to 4 hours specifically for our visitors. The first 2 parts are going to really be the employee registration or that wait list and the parking designation, which will start toward the ends of this year, toward November and December. And then we'll go into the parking wayfinding and sign design, which will start the beginning of 2022 in January and February. And that's going to be in conjunction with the approval of Town Council's RFP for the hunt design as they're designing those spaces. And then as we begin to identify employee parking spaces and release more based on the number of people that are on the wait list to give us a better idea, we'll need to start looking at a pay to stay model, which was outlined by the Dixon study. As a part of that, we'll need to look at a parking application and the potential for pay stations to give that availability for patrons to park longer, because as we release more employee parking spaces, we'll need to reduce the amount of all-day parking throughout the meeting lots. And staff will begin working on that to have a benchmark so we can have more information to town council regarding those different applications. And that concludes my report, and myself and staff are available for any questions.
Thank you, Captain. Any questions of staff at this time? Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. Do we have enough staff right now to rigorously enforce our parking limits? Because in my mind, the only way we're going to encourage employees to move to the permitted areas is if we make it uncomfortable or not possible for them to keep moving around. And also, as part of this, will there be the rollout of the park once zoning so that it's not the swap a car that we have right now?
Thank you, council member. So to start, we're going to slowly release specific parking areas for employees. That's going to be based on some of the survey information and with the information that we receive from the pre-registration. So once we have that, we already have a plan in place with the current staff that we do have, with just an adjustment of focus areas. So our parking enforcement officers will really focus on that compliance level with a really big focus again in the downtown area. Obviously, we'll start once this does roll out with more of an education, give people the encouragement to participate in our program, and then slowly shift into enforcement. The pay to stay is to give the visitors the opportunity to stay longer for some of our personal shopping or different things like that. And then we will also need to start exploring the park once philosophy that Dixon did recommend in that time period once we start really taking up a lot of those all-day parking spaces.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you, Sergeant Borromeo, for the work that you've been doing on this. And I just noted that in the report, there seemed to be a larger than expected number of employees working at peak hours. And I wonder if it's even more than that, because this is based on during the pandemic. So how do these numbers relate to pre-pandemic and what we hope to see when the pandemic is over?
Well, to start, a lot of the Dixon report, or when we got those peak hours, is going to give us that time frame from Wednesday through Friday from 11 to 2. With the results that we received back from the surveys, we had to do a lot of extrapolation on the information that we did receive from some of those businesses, compare similarities to figure out where some of those spaces are. And that's why we originally came up with this wait list idea to start accounting for numbers of people who are going to sign up for the permit so we can get them in different places and slowly roll them out. And Mr. Ronelli is also on the call. I know he did a lot of data analysis to try to give us our best idea of where we're going, and he might be able to better answer specifically to some of the numbers.
What we did with the surveys was we really tried to focus.
You're on mute right now.
What we were trying to do was, or actually what we tried to make really clear during the surveys was that we wanted their pre-pandemic employee numbers. We really tried to emphasize that. And then what we ended up doing was made literally a list of every business that we could find, just going door to door, and then tried to extrapolate numbers based on the type of business, personal knowledge, what we would get walking around and stuff like that. What makes it difficult is literally, some businesses may have one person working and others may have 25. And so there's not a real good way to actually do that without dividing things up into the different types of businesses, or actually getting that, factual information from that business specifically.
Thank you.
Councilmember Risto.
Yeah, so I have a question in terms of setting up the zones where the employees are going to park. Because we have the license plate readers, I would imagine that it's possible that the parking permits can be flexible. For example, if you just took lower lot number 4 and the back line of one of the lots and just put a giant sign, employee permit only, and you know what license plates can be there. If all of a sudden it turns out that there's more employees that sign up and they're in the northern part or the southern part, people's permits can shift. So if somebody signs up, you've got their email and you say, okay, you're no longer parking in lower 4, you are now over on Broadway or you're wherever. I mean, I'm assuming that we have that flexibility so that once a permit is issued, that location can be flexible based on the ebb and flow of where the employees are working, perhaps with a promise that they will never be more than 3 blocks from their workplace or something like that. Do we have that capability to be rolled out?
Yeah, so the initial plan for the rollout, much like you said, is starting with lower lot 4, and then really taking the information that we get from the pre-registration to figure out where employees are at, and then plan accordingly. So the plan that Mr. Ronelli kind of designed really gives us the flexibility to adjust as we get more information.
Any other questions? Okay, so I'm going to open public testimony. If anyone would like to speak on this item, now is the time to do so. I see no hands raised. And so I'm closing public testimony and hold on, Randy Chen.
I thought Catherine was going to speak. I'm sorry. Randy Chen, Chamber of Commerce. So we definitely support this plan, and we just really want you to get started. That is the most important thing. I know you all know that, but thank you for working on this, and please get started as soon as possible. And the Chamber is willing to help you with whatever needs to be done to get this program started. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Catherine Summers.
Thanks, Randy, for saving me right there. I couldn't quite find my raise my hand, but yes, as Randy said, I want to say yay. This is finally happening. We've had a couple meetings this week. We had a merchant meeting, and we had a meeting with our board and our advisory committee. And this is a #1 priority for the Chamber of Commerce to figure out this employee parking situation. And I think we will do whatever we can to help you. I do think, I'm not too sure, looking at the staff report, I don't know if we should call it a wait list or if we should call it a, golden parking ticket that the employees get. I think there has to be a more positive PR spin on that. And I'd be happy to work with Jim and Greg on that so that we can, come up with a kind of a more catchy name. I think it was evident that after the survey was done that, I think we scared people away a little bit with that survey of seeing who wanted to park and where they wanted to park and who the employees were. I think we have to keep it positive. I also wanted to point out that I think there needs to be some parity, because I do know there's a lot of employees that do park in the olive zone that have been, they have been paying for their parking permits for years. And I don't think it's fair that all of a sudden, people in the downtown might be able to have a parking permit for free, which I believe they should have it for free. But I think we have to kind of look, all downtown wide to make sure that everyone is feeling that they're being treated equitably. So I love that you're taking this on. I love that Maria is is on the council, and she really understands this because she's counted these cars and has seen, what we really need. And so I'm so excited that we're going ahead with this. So anything we can do, we will be out there with balloons and donuts and signing people up and whatever. So thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak on this? Seeing no hands raised, I will close public testimony and bring this back to council. This is another item where we're providing direction. And so I look to council members. Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I have two things. First of all, what is an employee permit price in the Olive Zone? Does anybody know?
It's about $248 annually.
Okay, thank you. So as a comment, I'm very concerned that we have employees that are spending that much for a parking permit. In the past, employees couldn't buy a permit except in that zone. And at this point, if we are looking at employee permit parking across town and doing zones, I would want to entertain the concept that at least during this pilot program, if it's free for the employees downtown, that it should be free for the employees in the Olive Zone. With the idea that, maybe that those zones will also morph depending on if somebody's working on Main Street, they may park in the Olive Zone or they may park in the right now free area. So I don't know how much work it is for staff, but I would like to know if it's possible for us to sort of put all the employees in one pool and look at that. The other thing is, it was funny, it crossed my mind too. I don't like the word wait list either, because first of all, I commend staff. You've done so much work, and this was an amazing report that the town received from Julie Dixon. A lot of work went into it. It's super exciting to see this roll out, and I think this is where the rubber hits the road in terms of the employee parking program. And so to the extent that we can couple with the chamber's enthusiasm and ability to get employees excited, harness that energy for free. But I would love to see it named just, it could be 2022 employee permit or something, but wait list sounds like, well, I'll sign up and maybe I'll never get it. I think we want people to sign up right now and know that they are getting a permit. It may not start till January, but they're signing up for it now. So those are my thoughts right now, but I'm just really excited to see this get going. And I think with the flexibility of the license plate readers, with the flexibility of being able to open up more areas for employee parking, it's going to be a virtuous cycle that will work once we start doing the park once and the enforcement, et cetera. And then it'll make a lot more sense to move forward with the signage, the wayfinding, because right now we do need wayfinding. We need our visitors to know where to park, but we also need our employees to get out of the visitor spaces, right? So we need to help usher everybody to the right zones and the right places. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudas.
Yeah, so this is a question. When we talk about employee paid permits, what's the experience in other places about whether the employers pick that up at all? Yes, no, ever? How does that end up working?
I know, at least from the initial survey parts, and then I'll pass it on to Mr. Anelli, but I know some of the businesses, at least that we had talked to in passing, showed interest in covering it for their employees, but he probably has more expertise to answer kind of the comprehensive overall what we're seeing in different cities.
We do see that go both ways. There are employers that want to do it, and there's other ones that want the responsibility of the employee. We were setting it up, our software and Turbo Data, where both the employer could purchase it for the employee or the employee could purchase it as an individual. So that option will be available.
But in experience, is it 5%, 50%? Is there any rough idea that we could have about whether employees are going to bear this cost individually, just from experiences in similar municipalities? And if we don't have that information, is that something we could get?
Yeah, we can look into that. I don't have that where I could, give you any accurate information, only just guesses.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. So I'm just trying to think through the whole pricing picture a little bit. Councilmember Risto was implying that maybe people that are paying for Olive Zone should maybe get it for free because we're going to give to others for free. I'm unsure if we completely want to give it for free. But the other thing I question in my mind is Olive Zone parking better by any better than the other employee parking that we're going to give? Is it closer? Is it more valuable? Maybe we still charge for Olive Zone, but we give them an option of other parking also if they want it cheaper. I'm not sure. I just want us to think through this a little bit. And then, of course, the really important part is if people are paying to stay, we want to make sure that it's more expensive to pay to stay than it is to go to an employee parking, because I'm sure it's more convenient. And if the price is close, which are you going to choose? I'm not going to buy an employee parking permit. So I can see why Councilmember Risto is saying free, but maybe it's not free, but it certainly needs to be less than the pay to stay. The other concern I have with the pay to stay is high school parking, right? We haven't talked about the solution to that. And, there's some concern about whether it bleeds into our downtown district and how much. And if the pay to stay is too easy, too cheap, we might end up with the high school or starting to use that also. So something else to think through in the whole equation. I don't know the answer, but I think we need to think about that also. Thanks.
Councilmember Risto?
Thank you. I have a bunch of thoughts about pricing. I think, first of all, what we're talking about is the pilot program is free, and that ultimately there will be a cost. And I think that'll be another discussion. And I think it'll be a function of how much parking is used by the employees, what our parking tickets cost, what our enforcement costs. So what I'm suggesting is for the Olive Zone, for employees only, not for high school students, not for anybody else, that those permits be free during the pilot program so as to not penalize those employees. Now, maybe that's not possible to implement because they're purchased on a different cycle, but that was just a thought I had. In terms of pay to stay, I would like to see that rolled out later when we already know if that makes sense. I could be wrong, but my feeling is pretty much any visitor to downtown isn't there. If they're a visitor, they're not there for more than 3 or 4 hours. So it seems like 3 to 4 hour parking should be sufficient. Our parking enforcement ends at 6 p.m. So in a 3 hour space, anybody who parks at 3 p.m. can stay there till the next morning pretty much. So that I think it would be useful to get feedback from the chamber or from businesses if there is anybody that would ever need that. In the evening, dinner time, there's no parking enforcement at 6 p.m. So if somebody after 6 p.m. So if somebody goes to dinner and a movie, if someone gets their hair done at 3 p.m. and stays for dinner, none of that's an issue because the 3 hour parking ends. So I'm less concerned right now with the pay to stay until we understand whether our 3 or if we have to change it to 4 hour limit in the lot is an issue. In terms of permits, one thing that I haven't heard discussed that Julie Dixon brought up and I think is really important and will help. Okay, our resident parking is not, doesn't pay for itself. So our resident permits are underpricing what the cost of enforcement is. And what was pointed out in the Dixon report is that, right now we allow residences to purchase up to 4 parking passes or permits all at the same price. And what she had pointed out was that the first pass could, for example, be $50. The second car costs $100. The third car costs $150. So somebody can't just buy 4 permits, park 4 cars on the street, and have their driveway and garage open all the time. And that would help pay for the enforcement on the residential streets. So I don't know if that's part of this discussion or not. But, as somebody who lives in a residential permit parking zone, it's a steal. And I think that if we expect to have permit parking enforced on our streets, then we need to be paying the full price of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. So I'm just going to echo. I think Councilmember Risto is very knowledgeable about this, and with regard to my direction, I'm in agreement with the free during the pilot period. I think what we can implement now and quickly is something that we've all said is paramount, and so I'd like to go ahead and move with the pilot as proposed here, and I like the idea of parity with the olive zone, at least for this time period of having employees. No employees during the pilot period would be paying. Any further, and so Captain Borromeo, is that sufficient direction from you, or do you have specific inquiries that you'd like to make sure that are answered before we move to the next agenda item?
No, I believe I have all the direction. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you both. And I'm going to ask my colleagues if we could just take a 5-minute break. It's 9 o'clock, and I suspect the next meeting, the next couple agenda items may be a while. So it's 9:06. I'll see you back at 9:11. Welcome back, and we are now at agenda item number 12, which is an appeal of a planning commission decision approving a lot line adjustment located at 17200 Los Robles Way. Welcome, Mr. Safdie, and after the staff report, I'll ask all council members to provide any disclosures.
Good evening, thank you. Before you is a proposed lot line adjustment between 3 existing legal parcels at 17200 Los Robles Way, zoned R120. No construction is proposed at this time. The future driveways and building footprint shown on the project plans are conceptual and are not being reviewed with this lot line adjustment application. A future architecture and site application and environmental review is required for the future construction and grading work. There's an existing residence on parcel 1, which would remain. Parcels 2 and 3 are currently vacant, and parcels 1 and 3 take access off Los Robles Way, while parcel 2 is landlocked. There are 4 existing nonconformities associated with the 3 parcels, including setbacks of the existing residence, minimum lot size of parcel 2, and minimum frontage required for both parcels 1 and 2. The proposed lot line adjustment would have the proposed lot line adjustment would have parcels 2 and 3 take access off Worcester Lane, while parcel 1 would continue to access off of Los Robles Way. All existing nonconformities would be resolved with the proposal, except that parcel 1 frontage on Los Robles Way will continue to be nonconforming. A little background to how we got here. On May 25th, the Development Review Committee approved 2 certificate of compliance applications, verifying the legality of the 2 vacant parcels. On July 13th, the DRC found that the lot line adjustment application was complete and in compliance with the Town Code and Subdivision Map Act and approved the application. July 22nd, that DRC decision was appealed to the Planning Commission for a variety of reasons, which are summarized in the staff report included as attachment 1 of this report. On September 8th, the Planning Commission denied the appeal and approved the application. And then on September 20th, the Planning Commission decision was appealed to the Town Council. The appellant states that the Planning Commission's decision is not supported by substantial evidence in the record, specifically related to the Subdivision Map Act, the town's lot merger and lot line adjustment policies, future construction activities associated with the conceptual driveway and residence locations, as well as CEQA review. The appellant has provided roughly 260 pages of documentation to support the appeal, provided as attachments 3 and 5 of the staff report, as well as attachments in yesterday's addendum report and today's desk item. The applicant has responded to these comments, provided as Exhibit 12 of Attachment 1, as well as Attachment 4 of the staff report. Based on the discussion provided in the staff report, staff recommends that the Town Council deny the appeal, uphold the decision of the Planning Commission, and approve the lot line adjustment application with the draft resolution, findings, and conditions provided as Attachment 6. And this concludes staff's presentation. Planning staff, Parks and Public Works staff, and the town attorney are all available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. And so if I could just make sure that all council members share any disclosures. I'll start with you, Councilmember Hudis.
Yes, I toured the sites and I met with several property owners.
Okay, Councilmember Badami.
I also toured the site yesterday with the appellants.
Okay, and Vice Mayor Rennie.
I toured the site with the appellants also.
And Councilmember Risto.
Yes, on Sunday morning, I walked the hillside, toured the site with several of the appellants.
And I've also toured the site alone, but have a good sense of the property and the questions in mind. And so let's begin, Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, just a question. In order to do the lot line adjustment or the COC, are conceptual drawings that show access and building areas required in order to do that?
Thank you for the question. The certificate of compliance applications, no. We're simply just looking at information on the existing parcels, and then the consultant surveyor of the town reviews those and makes a recommendation to town staff. The lot line adjustment, we do ask for these conceptual plans shown to ensure that construction and development can be approved at this site if and when the lot line adjustment application is approved.
Okay, that makes sense. I assume that's because you need to evaluate there will be whether the proposal has greater or fewer nonconformities, for example.
Correct, and to ensure that access will and can be provided to the sites, and that there's a developable area on these future sites.
Okay, then I probably will have more of a question for the applicant about where those conceptual drawings are. Despite all the materials, it was hard to understand what were the latest of those. Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Vice Mayor?
Thank you. This may not get covered, and I'm curious how we got here. How did we get this small piece of non-conforming lot? I thought I saw somewhere in there it looked like it was part of another parcel, and at some point it just got broke off, and it was broke off and landlocked. And do we allow that to happen, kind of thing? How do we get this strange piece of property?
Thanks for the question. I do believe the applicant might be able to provide a better answer at this point, unless Mr. Paulson has anything to add.
Thank you, Mr. Safdie. Thanks for the question, Vice Mayor. We have these come up a few times a year where we have our consultant surveyor, as Mr. Safdie mentioned. People will provide documentation, and then they make a determination as to whether or not those lots were legally created and are illegal. In some instances, the determination is that they're not, but in others, like in this case, they're determined to be legal. And we unfortunately have a number of these throughout town. And so we just review that information ultimately when someone comes forward with an application for either a certificate of compliance or lot line adjustment. One path that some folks come forward with is just not going through the certificate of compliance and simply applying for a lot line adjustment application. In many of those cases, as is the case here, we're not entirely sure that that lot was created legally, so we make them go through the certificate of compliance and record that at the county recorder.
And the lot that's there now, the one that's landlocked, is it large enough that it's a buildable lot? It just, if it had access somehow?
Thank you again for the question. In terms of whether or not it's buildable, I guess technically most lots can be buildable, but I will say the existing parcel is non-conforming due to the minimum lot size of the zone.
Okay. That's all for now. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Okay. So at this time, I will open the public hearing. The appellate will have 5 minutes to be followed by the applicant. And then we'll open it up for public testimony, 3 minutes each, and then a wrap up from both the applicant and then final word with the appellant. And so Allison Steer, welcome. So Allison, I believe we're ready to hear. And Allison, if you are speaking, we can't hear you, but it doesn't look like you're muted. And Ms. Nisa, do you see anything on your end that makes it so that we can't hear her?
I don't, and it looks like she might have logged off and will be logging back on.
Okay, so since she is our appellate, we'll just wait. Yes, Vice Mayor?
While we're waiting, I could ask another question if that's okay.
Yes, please.
So this is for the town attorney. In his analysis, he used the term SMA, and I could never quite figure out what that was. He says that, that in here it says, however, this provision of the town code is unenforceable as it is inconsistent with the SMA. What does SMA stand for?
Subdivision Map Act.
Okay.
Okay, so I do see Allison steer back, and so if we can promote her and have her join our conversation. And Allison, you have.
Okay. You can hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, sorry, I had to change computers. That was very, all right. So I do have a presentation that I hope, Ryan, are you going to be presenting it?
Yes, it's up.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we'll start now. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and fellow neighbours. My name is Alison Steer, and my husband, my 6-year-old, and I reside at 304 Harding Ave. Next slide, please. We are very unclear on the grounds the town attorney has cited that our town ordinance is unenforceable. When we have provided sufficient evidence that involuntary lot mergers can be implemented in the state of California, that our lot merger procedure specifies that lot mergers are reviewed according to the Subdivision Maps Act 664511. In addition, that due to the existence of our lot merger ordinance, by definition, lot line adjustments cannot be used on land that does not meet any of the criteria listed in the Subdivision Maps Act. Note that we actually do not have a lot line adjustment ordinance in the town, just a procedure that states that these are reviewed according to the SMA section 664112D. In fact, in the procedure, it puts some conditions on approval of the lot line adjustment application, including that lots remain conforming. We do, however, have a lot merger ordinance, and it is listed in the DRC assignments of duties that they shall, under the provisions of this ordinance, determine whether lots have merged. This is supported by a lot merger procedure, which says lot mergers are reviewed in accordance with SMA 664511, which is smart because this eliminates the need for the town to continue to update their ordinances to stay in compliance with the SMA. Please note that per the standard evidence code for the state of California, shall is construed as mandatory, may is permissive. Next slide, please. SMA 664511 states that a local agency may, by ordinance, which conforms to and implements the procedures prescribed in this article, provide for the merger of a parcel if one of the listed criteria exists. Next slide, please. It goes on to describe the procedure that the local agency must follow to comply with state law for involuntary mergers. Next slide, please. Here we have our lot merger ordinance, which clearly states that any parcel under the same ownership that do not meet the same the criteria as was listed in 664511 shall be considered merged. In addition, no parcel shall be modified through lot line adjustment procedure to meet the criteria. So why is our lot merger ordinance and procedure not enforceable? What specifically isn't clear to town staff about their role and responsibility to follow the guidance in SMA section 664511 for lot merger? Why do we think we're unique from other neighboring towns, cities, and counties on our understanding of the implementation of state laws? Next slide, please. Now let's go to the required findings for this lot line adjustment, where the town staff has determined the common sense exemption can be applied to avoid seeker review of this project, and states that no development is proposed at this time. Next slide, please. Then the staff makes these affirmative findings that the site is physically suitable for the type of development and for the proposed density of the development. Subdivision and the proposed improvements are not likely to cause substantial environmental damage, nor substantially and avoidably injure fish or wildlife or their habitat. How can the town make these required findings on the suitability of the development if there is no development proposed? And per the town, is not subject to seeker for this very reason. These affirmative findings are cleverly written such that this will tie the Planning Commission's hands when this comes back for planning review. It's a blank canvas for the developer to go build whatever he wants, where he wants. Next slide, please. We submitted evidence from Woodside's Town Council meeting that highlights 3 main seeker exceptions for lot mergers, lot line adjustments, and divisions of land. In their correct interpretation of the state seeker guidelines, minor lot adjustments on land with greater than 20% slope cannot be exempt from seeker. The average slope of the 17200 Los Robos Way property is 26%. Using the common sense exemption to bypass seeker is cheating the environment and the wildlife that live on this property, including Adena coyotes, out of their representation, especially given this land abuts Worcester Park and is in a wildland urban interface zone. So let's skip to the final slide, because I think we're short on time. As a reminder, we are a general law city that operates under the general law of the state. We do not have a lot line adjustment ordinance. However, we do have a lot merger ordinance, and the supporting lot merger procedure also references back to SMA 664511. In fact, per the town attorney's findings, legal merger of two parcels can occur either through the express written statement of the grantor or through a local agency's compliance with the merger procedures contained in section 664511, 10, 11 of the SMA, including the due process requirements contained therein. So it seems we're actually in violent agreement on this. If you read the Moorhardt versus County of Santa Barbara ruling, it's actually about a limiting of the local agency's power to force mergers of parcels to meet minimum lot size that they could not compel under the section 664511. There is no conflict with this almost 20-year-old court ruling, but I'd really like to hear the town attorney explain this in plain English to the residents of the Los Gatos, what the actual conflict is, given other towns have ordinances that also prevent non-buildable parcels being made buildable through the lot line adjustment procedure. Everyone is using different language, but the intent is the same. No evidence has been provided by the town attorney that supports his claim that involuntary lot merger per 664511 is not enforceable. Evidence to the counter says it is enforceable. Thanks for hearing our appeal tonight.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Councilmember Hudas.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Steer. I had a couple of questions. One of them is with regard to Woodside and CEQA. Why would Woodside's exemptions apply to Los Gatos?
Well, it's not their exemptions. It's CEQA is state guidelines, and there's 3 different types of exemptions you can use under CEQA: the statutory, categorical, and then this common sense exemption. So if land doesn't, this doesn't apply, if it doesn't apply under a statutory exemption, which this doesn't, and it doesn't meet the categorical exemption, which is the minor lot line adjustment for slopes of less than 20%, basically that's saying, well, what happens if it's greater than 20%? It's clearly saying there's something unusual about a piece of property that can't be categorically exempt due to the fact that this is considered a project because it's a lot line adjustment. So Woodside is complying with state guidelines.
So this is an example of a municipality that's complying with CEQA in your mind?
Yes.
It's not that there's a law in Woodside or an ordinance that relates to that.
Correct. And actually, they were looking around at all the other towns, what other people were doing with their ordinances. If you read their town council meeting, and they referred to the town of Los Gatos.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions of the appellant? Okay, thank you. And you'll have an opportunity after public testimony. Mm-hmm. And so now if we invite the applicant to speak. And that is Tony Jeans.
Madam Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Okay. Madam Mayor, council members. Okay, so despite the documentation provided by the appellant, this hearing is simply about taking 3 legal non-conforming lots and making them simply significantly less non-conforming. Both the DRC and the Planning Commission have agreed with this. Ryan, could you put up the first slide, please? This slide shows the existing lot configuration of the 3 lots. Parcels 1 and 2 are owned by Mark Von Canel, parcel 3 by Darren Goodsell. Parcel 1 has a house on it. The access driveway from Los Robles Way crosses parcel 3. It also has a non-conforming access from Worcester Lane to the east. Parcel 2 is a legal non-conforming, unimproved 11,000 square foot lot for the R120 zoning district, which makes it non-conforming. Parcel 3 is an unimproved lot with access from Los Robles Way. It has a non-conforming access at Worcester Lane as well, at the fence that you probably saw. Next slide, please. This slide shows the LLA lot reconfiguration achieving greater conformity. Parcel 1 retains the house and Los Robles access with conforming setbacks. Parcel 2 is enlarged from 11,000 to 27,000 square feet to comply with the R120 zoning, and it obtains conforming access from Worcester Lane at the cul-de-sac that we would propose. Parcel 3 stays at 1 acre with conforming access from Worcester Lane with cul-de-sac again, rather than being at a dead-end street. Next slide, please. This slide shows why we chose the lot configuration we did. The aerial view shows the existing house and the areas of dense vegetation. The potential house sites, if you look at them carefully, are on parcels 1 and 3. Final slide, please. This slide shows the end result. On parcel 1, you have the existing house, or you could develop a new single-family home there. Parcel 2, this parcel goes from 11 to 27,000 feet for conformity, and a conceptual building site in the LRDA is clearly seen. Conforming access would be from the cul-de-sac at Worcester Lane. Parcel 3 remains at approximately 1 acre. There's plenty of room in the LRDA for a conceptual building site, and a cul-de-sac at Worcester Lane would provide conforming access. So it's clearly a much more conforming environment as far as zoning is concerned. As far as construction is concerned, no construction is being approved with this application. The cul-de-sac, driveways, house designs, and locations would come later with an application that would again go through the architecture and site process. The cul-de-sac details would be finalized with the first house application on either parcel 2 or 3. The owners have 3 legal lots. The appellant has stated that the existing smaller parcel 2 is not a buildable lot for 2 reasons: slope stability and legal access for emergency vehicles. This is given as their reason for demanding that the town should merge 2 of the lots. However, parcel 2 is buildable with no known slope instability, and legal access is from Los Robles Way along a 20-foot wide private easement known as Los Robles Extension, where emergency vehicles can turn around. So if it has no slope instability shown, and if there is access for emergency vehicles, the crux of their argument falls in any event, and we should not even be discussing mergers of lots. That's all I need to say at this time. I can answer questions as to the creation of the small lot and how it came about, if you're still interested in knowing that, but I stand for questions.
Okay. Councilmember Hughes.
Thank you. This goes back to the question that I asked earlier of staff about conceptual diagrams that show access and building areas in order to evaluate whether the proposed lot line adjustment has fewer nonconformities. Where do I see that? I've looked through many pages, and and even in your presentation, I didn't see it clearly.
No, I did not present it then. It was provided to staff. I don't know where it is in the staff documentation, but I could, if you want to share the screen, if I'm allowed to, then I could pull that up and show you that, or I'm sure Ryan has it on file, and he could show it equally well.
Well, part of the challenge is that I've had no opportunity to review any of that.
It
I had
should,
some other questions as well, but maybe I'll let other.
okay, it was submitted, so, and that was evaluated by the engineering department, the planning department. It was evaluated by the town consulting engineer. So it was a submission. If it is not in the packet that the staff has provided, I'm not quite sure why.
Councilmember Badami?
Thank you. I have a yes or no answer for Mr. Jeans. So I understand your intent is to make 3 lots less non-conforming. Would you agree that at the same time, you're making them more buildable in density? Yes or no?
I'm making them more buildable. I don't know what you mean by in density. I don't think that changes.
Well, it could, based upon allowable square footage and maybe greater inhabitants in a hillside area that's subject to extreme fire hazards.
It's existing 3 lots on 3 acres with 3 buildable sites, and it will still be 3 lots on 3 acres.
Thank you for the yes or no.
Councilmember Hudis?
Thank you. In going through the documentation of the previous meetings, I'm looking at a document that's on page 410 of the staff report. And in that, it's, Mr. Jeans, I believe it's your document. You say the appellant is also representing the LRDA as the only allowable building area on the property. It is not. It is desirable to stay within the LRDA, but not required. So I want to ask, are you aware of the Los Gatos Hillside Design Guidelines and Standards that says that development shall be limited to the LRDA as defined?
Yes, and when individual applications come in, the LRDA is more accurately defined on a lot by lot basis. There are a couple of trees that are dead or dying that would come out, and that would change the LRDA in an application on the non-conforming parcel 2. That said, parcel 1 and parcel 3 have ample space on them. But I believe that the real crux of the issue is that the evaluation of a lot line adjustment per the Subdivision Map Act is meant to be on the resulting parcels and not on the parcels as they are now. That is what I read in the Subdivision Map Act, and I believe that is the interpretation of the town attorney.
Further
Thank you.
questions, Councilmember? Vice Mayor Rennie?
I think we got close to maybe answering my question there. You, during your presentation, Mr. Jeans, you spoke that you were making the lots more conforming, more buildable, and you were talking about, have us look at the opening in the tree spaces. But usually we think about it's nice, it's definitely want to save trees, but usually when we talk about buildable, we think about the slope. And when I went out and looked at the site, all the flat spots are actually in the middle of the trees. So are you thinking that the building is going to occur in the openings, which are actually the steep part of the hills, or is the building going to occur in the flat spots?
So my question is, are you talking about the existing lot configuration or the proposed lot configuration?
No, when you were showing us the proposed lot configuration, you mentioned, that you said, this one here, you said it was more conforming, more buildable. And I thought you were saying, look at all the open space now. Each one has its own open space between the trees. And so the question is, are you saying that you're thinking you want to build in the open space between the trees, which what I recall is actually the steepest part of the slopes. So I was just trying to understand, really, are you saying, yeah, it's more buildable because there's open space in each of the parcels now?
If you look at parcel 3, the slope on parcel 3 is less than 20% in the let's call it the non-tree area. And in parcel 2, a segment of that is flat, and then it slopes up towards the eucalyptus trees in the center portion, again, significantly less than 20%. So you could definitely do a stepped house that would fit very nicely on both parcel 2 and 3, and they could be held well away from the appellant's properties and some of the concerned neighbors on what you see as lot 2, 3, and 15 on that particular lot, and also 16 and 19 over on the other side. And privacy turned out to be a big concern of some of the people.
Okay, thank you. I think that actually gets to my question. Thank you.
Okay, any other? Yes, Councilmember Hughes.
Thank you. I'm going back into the Planning Commission hearing on September 3rd, and one of the assertions, Mr. Jeans, is that the proposed configuration would make emergency access simpler to all 3 parcels and is supported by the Santa Clara County Fire Department for this application. Is there any documentation of that?
Yes, Ryan would have that. That was at the technical review committee when we did our original submission, and they said that they had no objections to the lot line adjustment as it was proposed at this time, and it complied with their basic ground rules, but they reserved the right to make further comment when an architecture and site application was presented to them.
Did they provide a document?
They provided, I think, a 1-page letter, which is what they normally do.
I see. So that's part of the development review committee material?
That was prior to that. That was at the tech review, I believe. Ryan can confirm that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Jeans. And as with the appellate, you'll have opportunity after public testimony. And so I'll invite members of the public who would like to speak on this item to do so. Just raise your hand. Our first speaker is G. DeFeo.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for allowing me the time to speak to you all. And also wanted to take just a couple minutes to thank you all for all the work that you're doing for the town. And I know it's been difficult times lately, so I just wanted to express my appreciation for all of your work that you guys have all been doing. So in regards to this issue, really what my main issue and my main concern is that I don't feel like we've had an opportunity to really look at the entirety of this project and really had a good ability to be able to raise any concerns about what potential buildings the ultimate lots will contain. And in my opinion, right now, we're talking about a lot line adjustment that is going to lock in certain things about where those buildings are going to be, how they're going to be accessed, et cetera. And I've got serious issues on that regard. My property is just adjacent to parcel 3. I live on 112 Worcester Lane. And we've had some pretty bad flooding, both the people who own the property before us as well as ourselves. There's also the problem of the oak trees that actually one of you raised earlier in regards to some of the turnarounds and proposed showing that the lots can be buildable actually shows turnarounds going right through those trees. So my main concern is that we don't have an opportunity to look at the totality of this project and then be able to assess risk and mitigating those risks as we move forward. So that's all I had to say. Thank you very much for the time, and thank you again for your service, all of you.
Thank you. If you don't mind holding on, Councilmember Hudis does have a question for you.
Very
Councilmember.
good.
Thank you, Mr. DeFeo. Just wondered if you had been presented with any conceptual drawings or diagrams of access and building placement, because you referred to needing more detail on that. It's not something that I've seen, but I wonder if you've seen that.
Yeah, so thank you for asking the question. Tony has shown at least myself and maybe some of the neighbors a couple of different plans. The first one is the one that you guys are all looking at and that has been submitted with the proposal. The others are various, we'll say, alterations over that main theme that he showed to you guys that mitigated some of the concerns that we may have had moving forward, or at least that I had moving forward. It didn't entirely address them, but it did mitigate them. So those are the kinds of discussions that would be wonderful to have in conjunction with a lot line approval, for example. So thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Terry Reinhardt.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Terry Reinhardt. My husband and I have lived at 110 Wooster Loop for over 40 years. Our property is at the bottom of the hill on parcel 3 from 17200 Los Robles Way. We're objecting to the lot line adjustment because it does not give the neighbors who are adjacent to the property a chance to weigh in on the implications of the LLA. The negative impact from possible flooding and the loss of trees next to our property is significant. The degradation of our property values is a distinct possibility, and I think our concerns need to be considered. This should not be done under an LLA due to the without due review of the impacts it will have on the neighbors who are on the downside of this large slope. We think this project should go through the normal review process required by section 6645111 with the state of California. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak about my concerns on this project. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any questions, council? Okay, thank you for joining us tonight. And our next speaker is Nancy Neat. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Nancy Knipe. You were close. I live at 308 Harding Avenue. And I want to start by saying that none of us involved in this appeal disagree with the right of the buyers to develop their property in a responsible manner. What we do disagree with is the way in which we feel the town is using loopholes to fast track this development without regard for due process. Per the Town of Los Gatos ordinance, the town may not use lot line adjustment to make an unbuildable parcel buildable. Furthermore, the town must initiate a lot merger when this situation occurs. Allison has provided many, many examples where cities throughout California in similar circumstances were compelled to initiate the lot merger. And I don't understand how the town can arbitrarily ignore its own ordinances. And I have to wonder what's going to happen when SB 8 and 9 go into effect. I think this sets a very dangerous precedent. Contrary to the way this has been characterized, we are not, quote, NIMBYs trying to hijack your process. We have serious concerns that we feel aren't being addressed because this transaction is being treated via LLA versus the Subdivision Map Act process. We have 4 main concerns. You heard about the flooding already. We too have that issue, as we had to put in French drains all around the perimeter of our property. Another issue, which I take issue with Mr. Jean's comments, is this landslide hazard. I don't think many of you are aware that during the 1989 quake, that hillside behind us shifted into 3 sections. Several large trees came down and damaged our properties. 17200 Los Robles was declared a, quote, seismic hazard zone pursuant to section 2696. When I purchased my home, I had to sign a disclosure indicating that I was aware of this landslide history. I've got the current JCP report, and that declaration remains in place today. So it's not fair to say there's no risk in rearranging these parcels and making parcel 2 a separate new parcel. There is risk. I think there's risk of loss, there's risk of injury or death related to the landslides. Number 3, fire risk. Last month, I lost my homeowner's insurance due to a new high fire risk designation. And I'm concerned that the town may allow increased density in an area that's already known to be uninsurable. And finally, property damage. The excavation required to support a home on that hillside is going to be significant. I've got hardscape and a pool right over that fence line. The Planning Commission was explicitly told to ignore all these issues as they were not relevant to an LLA discussion. This is why we feel strongly that the town must enforce its ordinance, reject the LLA, make this a subdivision map act discussion so we can find solutions that work for all parties involved. It's pretty much what John just said. Let us have an open, transparent discussion so we can come to a solution that works for everybody.
Ms. Knight, excuse me. Thank you very much. Any questions of Ms. Knight? Okay, thank you for your time tonight. Our next speaker is Renee Strachulin.
Hi, Mayor Sayok. That was perfect pronunciation. Thank you. My name is Renee Strachulin, and I reside at 144 Maggie Court. My residence is directly below 2 lots on Bella Vista Avenue that have been the subject of Planning Commission hearings for probably more than 20 years. And the most recent of these involved Dan Ross, who was a local developer, and he was given signals by town council members at that time that those Bella Vista lots were buildable. And not only buildable, but buildable to a scale beyond what town guidelines allowed. Now, ultimately, Dan's proposal was rejected and the lots to this day remain vacant. And the reason that I'm speaking tonight is I have concerns that the proposed or actually approved lot line adjustment at Los Robles Way shares some similarities to the Bella Vista development in regard to expectations being set with the developer. In the case of Dan Ross, it was a tacit expectation that ultimately wasn't realized. In this case, it looks like it's the explicit expectation approval that the developer is able to create 3 lots out of 2 using a process that appears to be in conflict with town ordinance. And then, of course, there's also the additional expectation that all of these lots will be buildable. So, I'm of the opinion that the owners of parcel 1 and 2 and the future buyer of parcel 3 should be told outright what can and cannot be built based on city ordinances. And if all parties are aware of this ordinance and there is an expectation of enforcement of the ordinance, then, a reasonable question might be, how can we more adequately guide developers on their proposals to be successful? But if instead the ordinance is ignored, then I would ask the town council, how can Los Gatos residents and developers ever reach mutual understanding on the rules that underpin responsible development? And I thank you for listening to my comments. And I would also like to say in closing, I also support Mayor Sayok, given the recent activities in town, and appreciate all of the work that the council members do. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Marcus Thordal.
Thank you, Council, for hearing me out. My name is Marcus Thordal. I live on 244 Harding Avenue, which is parcel number 49 on the map there. So I'm actually just down on the other side. And I've been following this case a little bit from the sideline, mainly because I've been going through a home remodel myself. And I'm just going to provide you a little bit of a perspective of what I have experienced working with the town. I find it kind of interesting that the town has a reputation and it has earned it. And what I mean by that is it's very clear that when you work with local developers and contractors, things go very smoothly. And when you don't, you get pulled through scrutiny that I don't have enough time to express. And I want to tell you an example. A year ago, I needed to put a new roof on the house in time to put solar cells on before the year ran out. And I talked to the town and I said, I want to do this. And they told me it's going to take at least 2 weeks to get my application processed. Then I talked to the roofer and he said, no, I have some good contacts. The next day he had the application approved and he started putting new roof on my house. I'm just giving you this perspective and you can make whatever conclusions you want. But it's very interesting in this case here, when we discussed it during the planning commission meeting, I don't know, it's a month ago or something like that. It's very clear that we're talking about changing lot lines on these properties here to make it more buildable, but it was never considered appropriate to discuss whether it was appropriate to build those houses and what the consequences of building those houses would be. That could not be taken into consideration. It was only a matter of considering whether the lot lines could be moved. And it is very clear when you look at the initial map that the developer showed, parcel number 2 is not buildable. He's basically moving it over so he can make it buildable and increase the density and increase the hardscape, etc. And who's going to see what kind of flooding it's going to create for us in the future. I just wanted to give you a perspective of how I see it from the sideline. I appreciate you for hearing me out. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Next speaker, Bill Bentink. Beltink? Bentink. Huh? And Bill, you are allowed to speak, however, you're on mute right now.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, no, you hit it on the nail the first time. So Bill Bentink, we're at 109 Worcester Lane. So we're second from Parcel 5, is that what it's called? Anyway, yeah, we're second from the end. And we lived in our home here for 25 years. So I think I share a lot of the same sentiments with the rest of the testimonials that you've heard on. I don't know exactly what the right term is, but it feels to me like this is just it's a contrived using the lot line adjustment or circumventing the SMA, and so it seems to me like it's kind of gaming the system. There is only one reason to do the lot line adjustment. It is to get to more lots that are going to be buildable. There's only 2 buildable lots there now. I think we heard that earlier today. Lot 2, parcel 2, is not buildable, so that by default does increase density. We've enjoyed the hillside, we've enjoyed the trees, and we've actually seen, I think, the ordinances or the policies of the city in defending, I think, the natural heritage oaks that really populate and stud that whole hillside. And based upon some of the architectural renderings that we saw, yeah, you might be putting the home structure in those bare areas, but all of the tarmacs, the turnaround zones, and all the encroachments is going to significantly diminish the amount of watershed, root stability, as well as just creating a nice canopy for the overall neighborhood. And I think what we would all appreciate, I think, is the chorus maybe from all of us is an open, transparent, and more thorough consideration of this, and without rushing things through the overall process. Because as residents, certainly we're going to be impacted. And we don't understand all of these processes, and it takes time. Allison has invested a tremendous amount of time to try to understand and research this and vet this out. And we would appreciate the same kind of consideration. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? I see no hands raised. And so I ask our applicant to rejoin us to speak, and then after the applicant will be the appellant. So Mr. James?
Yes. Well, this is very difficult in that this is the town's process. This is the town's procedure. I inherited the process. I'm not creating it here. It is a subdivision map act discussion. That is what lot line adjustments are all about. So we look at the buildings come later. That's when we look at the true placement of houses and driveways in detail. That's where we show whether we can mitigate with, for example, the DeFeos and the Reinhardts, the placement of the houses, which I've already discussed doing with them if I were designing houses, having spoken with them. So that cannot be done until the lot lines exist. So I can't design a house for a property until I know where the lots are. And so this is the sequence. I've just read the submission provided by the appellant today, the recent one. It was very lengthy and I wasn't able to read all of the links. However, a couple of observations. One of the links was a discussion on 11 and 15 Peralta. That was where a condition certificate of compliance and lot line adjustment was approved in order to establish two parcels. This was also a project of mine about 2 years ago, so I know it very well. And the town approved the lot line adjustment and 2 lots were approved. This is absolutely identical to this application. And it's difficult for the town really to consider this one any differently from what happened on 11 and 15 Peralta. And then I started thinking back over the years. I can recall 2 other similar applications, one on Loma Alta and another one on Central Avenue. Those are going back about 10 or 15 years, which I've been involved with on behalf of clients, where comparable decisions were made. So the town has to treat all of these decisions in a similar manner and can't look at this any differently than the way they did at the Peralta property, the Central, and also the one on Loma Alta. So yes, we are dealing with 3 legal lots. They are buildable. There is nothing that shows they are not buildable. And so there can be no discussion about a merger or a merger ordinance, even if that were the case. And that is not the case because the SMA does not allow that discussion in this instance. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hughes.
Thank you, and thank you for reminding me about the Peralta. When you did the application for the lot line adjustment at Peralta, did you submit some conceptual diagrams showing the access and the building footprint?
There were 2 existing buildings there, and actually, what I did was I adjusted the lot line so that both buildings became conforming, as opposed to having the lot line going through one of the buildings. So it wasn't really a situation of providing a diagram. The buildings were there. I provided the exact drawings of what was there. And I have provided, and I would like Ryan to show you the plans of the project, which was submitted, or if it is imperative for you to see that, which I think it should be, then I can share my screen.
Thank you, because I do remember Peralta, and I do remember seeing drawings that helped to explain it.
Yeah.
I had another question, if I may, and that is a little bit of a detail, but there's description about a seismic hazard zone, and I've seen it on a markup of the JCP LGS that I believe you provided, and it's on page 248 of the staff report. And I'm trying to understand, where is that seismic? Is there something that clearly shows where that seismic hazard area is? Because it's very small, and
Right.
the legend isn't clear. And do you have anything that you can show that really illustrates the seismic hazard area?
Yeah, okay. So if you look at this drawing, the red area in the middle of the green, right in the center of the screen, is the actual property. So that is the 3-lot area. And the broader green area shows if you look down at the table on the left-hand side, a very high fire hazard severity area. So half of that side of Los Gatos is that. If you look at the darker green, right at the left-hand corner of the red property, that is the landslide hazard zone. It's in the Hollywood, Los Robles, Stacia Street area. And it is not on the property, except it does tickle the very corner of it. And it is diametrically opposed from the Harding, Worcester Lane people. And it is not in their neck of the woods at all. It's 3 acres away, facing the other direction on Los Robles, Hollywood, and Stacia. Can you see that?
I'm afraid I can't. It's not clear.
Well, it's the dark green area as opposed to the lighter green. The lighter green is a fire hazard area, and the darker green areas are landslide hazard zone. And it says it in the red lettering on the left. It says landslide hazard zone at Los Robles Way and Hollywood, and it's not at Harding or Worcester Lane. And then the location of the concerned parties is shown, and the property is shown as the red area. So it is not a landslide hazard.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. James.
Thank you.
And we now invite, actually real quick, Vice Mayor, oh no, Councilmember Hughes, you had another question?
Yes, and this comes to the letter that that's cited on page 5 of 10 in the staff report dated October 27th.
And is your question to, real quick, so I can make sure we have the right participants, was it to Mr. Jeans or is it to staff?
Yeah, to Mr. Jeans.
Okay, so Mr. Jeans, if you could, oh, you are still, if you can remain. And then
I will stay.
Okay. And then
So,
Mr. Hughes, go ahead.
yeah, this was raised a little bit before, but my understanding is that the appellant is contesting the lot line adjustment because they believe that a lot merger occurred and therefore the LLA is not applicable. In what way is that they're a hijacking? You say that they're trying to hijack this appeal hearing and turn it into a request for a merger hearing.
Okay.
Where's the hijacking?
Well, what we are applying for is a lot line adjustment. The town has already approved the existence of 3 parcels. When we originally submitted our application, we asked for a lot line adjustment, and the town said, first of all, we're not sure about the legality of a couple of the lots. Would you please provide sufficient documentation so that we can review it? And the lots were created back in 1943 originally, and we showed a sequence of events that ended up with the lot configuration that exists there now. And the town engineering department sends that to the town consultant engineer surveyor, and they verify that it is in fact a valid lot, or they are valid lots. And the town then gave us a certificate of compliance saying that they could be conveyed, sold, and otherwise used. At that point, we got back to our lot line adjustment. So the appellant stating that it's 2 lots or should be 2 lots is a red herring. It is 3 lots. The town has given us writing. It's defended by a title company showing it's 3 legal lots, and saying that it should be merged. And the only reason they're saying that is that they say that the ground or the slope is unstable, and there is not legal access for emergency vehicle turnaround. And we have shown both of those to be false. So they have no justification to request that the town force a merger on the owners of the property, because they're 3 legal lots that the town has already approved. So they're trying to change it from a lot line adjustment under the Subdivision Map Act into a merger request, which they're asking the town to force on us.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't know we still had Mr. Jeans, so I took my hand down last time. Councilmember Hudis had asked the question about on Peralta, whether there had been drawings of what you were trying to do, basically. And if I remember correctly, you were actually trying to do a remodel, but had to have the lot lines adjusted so the building was not crossing it. And then he asked if you had them for this case, and you said yes, but we didn't get to see them. I was trying to understand, can we see them, or are they not available to show? And
I think Ryan can show them to you.
He's getting
And
off.
through the mayor, through the mayor, they're actually, I think they begin on page 412 of your packet. Those plans are included in the materials. And there's, I believe, 4 sheets. I can't remember how many, but it starts at page 412.
Okay, so if we can turn to page 412. And then Vice Mayor, do you have more questions?
Yeah, I see them. They're a little bit hard to tell as drawn. Yeah, maybe I'll just stare at them for a little bit.
Okay, there are plans from the civil engineer showing the existing lot configuration, the future lot configuration in detail, and the contours, the depths of lots, a lot of detail that was analyzed by the town in getting to prove that we had submitted everything that was necessary. If there are questions you have, I'm perfectly willing to answer them.
So I guess the most obvious one was pointed out by some of the residents nearby. It does show that the future driveway looks like it's wiping out a lot of the trees with the turnaround and so forth. Yeah, exactly, on that one there. And I can understand they're wanting to discuss these things before the lot line adjustment goes in, and I hear you saying that, well, we don't really need to, but I know we're trying to think ahead a little bit to make sure we aren't creating that expectation that something can easily be built and when actually might not easily be built. I thought I saw somewhere, maybe it's from the appellant, a different drawing where you maybe agreed to move this driveway out of the trees and up the hill side. Is that something that is plausible for parcel 3?
Absolutely, it's plausible. And then if I were designing the house for that parcel now, having spoken to the DeFeos and the Reinhardts, I would move it up the slope further. The slope is fairly consistent in that location. If you look at it, the contour lines are very consistent.
Spaced, yeah.
And I could move the driveway further away. That would alleviate their concern of drainage issues, because they say that there is drainage that comes from Worcester Loop. However, when I had submitted this, it was only later on that came up. And by that time, it had already been accepted as reasonable, as a, yes, you can build on that site. This is by no means the exact location of a house, nor is it the design of a house that would result. It's just to show that without significant disruption, and by the way, those 3 trees are, I believe, relatively minor, but if I can move away from those trees, so much the better. So that is what I would do were I designing a house for that particular parcel, having spoken to the Reinhardts and the DeFeos.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. James. And now we ask our appellant to join us. And Ms. Steer.
Okay, thank you very much. Brian, can you put back the slide and go to slide 9? If that's okay. So I just want to cover a couple of points there. The Peralta Ave, the neighbors raised the lot merger ordinance in that case. But as I'd mentioned in that message, because there was actually, the structure was built over the common property line, then our ordinance actually states that you can't do a lot merger. So it was correct that that wasn't merged. But in this case, the parcel 2 has no legal access today. Tony Jeans is talking about a hypothetical right of way that he could put in, but there is a thing called doctrine of merger where you can't have an easement over property you already own. So I'm not sure how he'll get there or implement the turnaround for access. So we're talking about hypotheticals there. This land is currently today landlocked, and therefore it actually does comply with the lot merger ordinance. The other thing with certificate of compliance that I want you all to understand is that just merely confirms that the parcel was legally created and remains in compliance with local property laws. It doesn't confer building rights, zoning variances, or any other privileges. In fact, compliance certificates are often issued for interior parcels that lack legal means of access and can't be built upon by existing building codes. So I want that to be very clear. The reason, again, I raised the Peralta Ave situation is that happened 2 years ago. And our community development director, our attorney, and Tony Jeans were all involved in that. So they would all be very well aware of our lot merger ordinance. So if it's not enforceable, then why wasn't it rewritten at that time to protect the property rights of the residents of the town? This is not a minor lot line adjustment, but a major one which transforms a non-buildable parcel into a buildable parcel, which is not allowed according to our lot merger ordinance, in compliance with Subdivision Maps Act 66451.11. It also changes the access from the top of the hill to the bottom, where all the problems start to arise. This change of access severely impacts 6 property owners, including the future owner of APN 532-36075, where a development that will add new impervious surface increases the probability of flooding to the surrounding neighbours, and unnecessary grading and removal of trees, including protected oaks, and will increase landslide risk. If you look at this slide here, this is from the Santa Clara County property profile for APN 36075. And if you also type in 076, and if you type in 075, which is on this side of the hillside of Worcester Lane, it also has the same issues with a seismic hazard with earthquake-induced landslides and a county landslide hazard zone. So this property was operated as a single building site under one APN up until 2001. It's only ever had one house on the property since 1929. And so, yes, the density is increasing. Town-initiated lot mergers are very rare, but they are enforceable. We've provided substantial evidence regarding involuntary lot merger, as well as evidence from other towns with similar ordinances that follow the Subdivision Maps Act, where a non-buildable parcel cannot be made buildable. No ruling has been provided by the town attorney that shows where one of these ordinances has been successfully challenged in court. The town of Los Gatos would be breaking our town laws if they allow this lot line adjustment application to proceed. We'll open up the town to legal challenges and result in illegal use of the LLA procedure to make non-conforming parcels like this one into conforming parcels. Given we are all currently talking about General Plan 2040, this is blatant disregard for the guidelines laid out in our town ordinance, significantly reducing the credibility of the town in the eyes of the residents. We're asking the town council to please follow the town's ordinance and route this back for formal subdivision application. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Hughes.
Thank you, Ms. Steer. As you probably are aware, in order for the council to overturn a decision by the Planning Commission, we need to find that there's either error or abuse or new information that would then cause it to get sent back to the Planning Commission. Could you, it seems like much of your arguments about error, are there any facts that you've presented to the council that are new that were not presented to the Planning Commission? And I'm really not talking about opinions or background, but really are there new facts that have emerged?
Yeah, so at the Planning Commission, we were kind of given a red herring on the Subdivision Maps Act 66412 and how that preempted our lot merger ordinance. So the new information that I've submitted with this is really the Subdivision Maps Act 451.11. So basically, we were focusing on the wrong Subdivision Maps Act. So we knew we had the lot ordinance, but we didn't, as residents, we didn't really understand why we had this ordinance. And we've been learning as we go what's going on. And basically, the Planning Commission wasn't really allowed to have a wider scope than what they were told they're allowed to view, is that this only could be approved based on what it will look like in the future. So yes, I would say the biggest evidence that I brought to light is that the Subdivision Maps Act preempts local ordinances, and we've found out that the SMA allows us to have this ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. So I am going to close public testimony and bring it back to the council members to see if there's any questions of staff now. Vice Mayor Rennie.
Yeah, I would like to understand, I guess probably from the town attorney, this ordinance that is requiring us to combine lots. I'm not understanding that at all. I'm not understanding why that, or remembering why that was even considered on Peralta. So did we talk about a requirement to combine lots on Peralta?
I'm going to let probably Mr. Paulson handle that. I don't completely remember all the facts behind that, but I can give you an overview of what we're doing here tonight and what needs to be decided that might help you frame your issues if you'd like.
Yeah, well, help me understand what this ordinance is. I think you're going to tell me that the SMA preempts it, doesn't allow it, but at least help me understand better.
And I think I might be able to help the appellants. I'm very impressed. They've come a long way and done an incredible amount of research. And in some issues, we're on the exact same page, but other issues, they just don't understand the law and the process that the town has to go through. So this is an application for a lot line adjustment. It's not an involuntary merger hearing. It came in as a lot line application and it's been processed as to one. And the Subdivision Map Act specifically states when you have a lot line adjustment application, It has to be between 4 or fewer adjoining parcels, which we have, where the land taken from one parcel is added to an adjoining parcel, which they're doing, and where a greater number of parcels than originally existed is not being created. Those are the 3 steps to do a lot line adjustment. They have 3 legal lots, and they're going to, if this was granted, they'll end up with 3 legal lots. The statute for lot line adjustment specifically states that your approval shall be limited to a determination of whether or not the parcels resulting from the lot line adjustment will conform to your local general plan, specific plan, coastal plan, which we don't have, or nor specific plan for this area, and zoning and building ordinances. It's very narrow. It's what it's going to be when it's done, resulting from them. There's a couple major cases that have taken this on. The San Negito Partnership versus San Diego stated that this code section imposed limits or restrictions on the approving agency in dealing with the application for a lot line adjustment. The court went on to state that you have very little authority as compared to a subdivision. That's probably why the appellants want to go to the subdivision, because you do have much more authority, but it's very limited. And in other words, an agency is not to deal with a lot line adjustment in a way similar to the way it deals with a subdivision. That's a quote. Certainly when the lot line adjustment is within the language of the first sentence, or if you're adjoining, the agency is not authorized to turn down a lot line adjustment approval request on the grounds asserted that it's a subdivision or should be a subdivision. You can't make a finding to deny this because you want to make it a subdivision when it's not one. The court even went on to state in that case that where the land is environmentally sensitive, and we've heard all arguments about possible landslides, possible flooding, possible critters that are on there, the court says plays no role in determining the application of the statute. The environmental review occurs at the next stage, at the A&S. And I'm glad someone brought up Bella Vista. That's a perfect example. We made them do a complete EIR in that case for a single family home. And in 32 years, I've never seen a complete EIR for a single family home. But we did because they had legal lots, but there were many environmental concerns with that property regarding landslides, regarding all the other issues involved. And so that's the first case. And then the other case that's even been brought up by them is the Sierra Club versus Napa, which pretty much reiterated the San Negito case. But it also mentioned, you're limited to the resulting lots. It reiterated that. And it stated that a lot line adjustment is a prototypical ministerial act approval process. It's the approval of a lot line application has been characterized as involving only a ministerial decision. In contrast to a subdivision, yes, when there's quite more to occur. So that's what you hear for a lot line adjustment. Now, the other part of that is the merger hearing that has been brought up over and over. And where so going back, let me go back to the lot line adjustment, where I've said our code is inconsistent with state law, in that our code says, one of the ones in the merger part of the section says that, if they're not buildable lots, then you can merge them together. Well, then it says later that you can, no parcel shall be modified through a lot line procedure in order to meet the criteria above. So what you're doing is under our code section, you could deny a lot line adjustment because the way the lot is configured now. And those cases say you cannot look at the way the lots are configured now. You have to look at why they're proposed and do they meet our general plan, specific plan if we had one, if we don't. So really it's general plan, zoning and building ordinances. You can't look at it and say, oh, it's not a buildable lot, therefore we can't allow a lot line adjustment. Now they cite the Napa code as one of them. Well, that Napa code was developed because after that Sierra Club Napa County case, They actually went to the legislation, and the legislation passed the government code section 66451.22 that specifically allows Napa to consider it, exempted it out of the lot line procedures and allows them to take that into consideration. And they made all sorts of findings about the wine country. So that's why their code is different. And some codes have that in their code about buildable versus non-buildable, and you can deny a lot line adjustment on that basis. I have not seen that ever used, even if it's in your zoning code. It's never been used. In fact, as the appellant says, it's very, very rare that people bring forth involuntary mergers and because of the legal ramifications of taking away someone's legal lots. And they'll be highly challenged. But let's get to the idea of the involuntary merging. That's not in front of you. You don't have any ability to make that determination that these lots have been merged. You can do involuntary mergers. So if my statements earlier were saying we can't do them, we can do them. The problem with our code is it says, and I think that's where the appellant has been coming from, is you guys can just wave your wand and say these lots are merged. And that's the way our code reads. And that's why I say our code is inconsistent with state law. It says if the parcels meet the above criteria listed above, they shall be considered merged. And we can't do that. The Subdivision Map Act specifically calls out the notice requirements, the hearing requirements, and the findings you have to make. Can we make those findings? I don't believe we can, but I don't know that because we don't have an involuntary merger in front of us. So in front of you really is the fact that it's a lot line application adjustment, and the Subdivision Map Act restricts you to making those decisions on, as the parcels are proposed, do they meet our general plan, our ordinances, and our zoning code? That's really the only issue here. All the other issues will come later. If you want to deny this application and tell us to start an involuntary merger procedure, that's direction you could provide. But I'm not certain we would get there at the end of the game. And if we don't, you would be susceptible to damages for the delay that's been caused by this if you're not there. And as you know, you would need studies that would need to be done on the geological issues, and we would have to pay for those studies also. So, and again, I think Mr. Paulson could tell you, my 8 years here, we've never done an involuntary merger. I don't think I couldn't find one. I looked. I don't think we've ever done one since the town was incorporated. And you won't find them, even though they might be in zoning ordinances and the Subdivision Map Act might allow it. They just do not occur because of the ramifications and because of the issues involved with taking someone's property. The other issues I would just bring up is the comment about, you know, if you know somebody, you can get stuff through on a project. I take offense to that. I don't know if the rest of the staff does, but I do. You could ask Mr. Jeans. He has another project where for 2.5 years, he's been going through environmental review because we required him to go to the Fish and Game and 2 Army Corps of Engineer and all these issues that we need to have resolved before he could get to the next step of even getting to an A&S. So his environmental review on another project has taken 2.5 years because it's a difficult lot to develop. And I think we all agree these are going to be very difficult lots to develop, but they are 3 legal lots. They are entitled to build on them. If in lot 2, if you deny this, the applicant has a decision to make. He can sue us because we didn't make the correct findings, or he could still develop those 3 lots out there as they are. And there would have to be some development allowed on the property. You could not say no development whatsoever. If you did that, you'd be buying the property because it would be a taking. So some development would still occur on those 3 lots out there because they're legal lots.
If I could ask a quick question in there. So you said in order for us to force a merger, the lots had to be non-buildable, but I think I just heard you say they're all buildable, so we couldn't even do that anyway.
That's just one of them. So the appellant is right, at least to the requirements, those 7 requirements that are in the Subdivision Map Act, they only need to meet 1 or 2 of those. So if they're able to actually prove, if we go through an involuntary merger and we go through that process and we have studies that show, let's see, I don't have the 7 requirements in front of me, but let me find it real quick. Does not meet slope stability standards. So if they're able, if we're able to prove that it doesn't meet those slope stability standards through engineering, and there'll be engineering studies done by the other side, but if we were able to make that finding and it was stayed up in court, that would be a reason why you could merge these 2 lots together. The other one has no legal assets, which is adequate for vehicle and safety equipment access and maneuverability. That usually is solved real quickly. I mean, before you'd even get to a hearing, the applicant would find a way to find easements or find other ways to make that happen. So that one is not going to help you at the end of the game. So no, there's more than just not buildable. There's other things that you could do for involuntary merger. The non-buildable issue comes up under our lot line adjustment ordinance, which I'm saying can't be taken into consideration when you're doing a lot line adjustment. When you're doing a lot line adjustment, you could have 3 landlocked parcels if you wanted to. And if they were able to show that they were meeting all of our zoning ordinances and codes, they would be able to do that lot line adjustment. So there's 2 different procedures. We can't get them mixed up. One's the lot line. You're very restricted under the law on what you can and can't do with this lot line adjustment. And the reasoning why was exactly for the reasons stated by the appellants why this law was passed. Is because many minor lot line adjustments without creating more lots were being held up through the subdivision map process. And so this is why it was constructed for this exact purpose, because if you're not creating more lots, there's a ministerial process that you go through.
Side question. So do we need to go modify our involuntary?
We absolutely should. I don't think we'd ever use it, but yes, we should. It should have the whole notice procedure. I think the one Palmdale she mentions is an excellent ordinance because it explains the entire process that you go through, the notice of intent, the hearing. I would probably even expand it to where your findings need to be made. But again, it is such a rare process to take an individual's property. If you want a lawsuit, you'll get it by an inventory. Every single involuntary merger results in a lawsuit.
Thank you. I'm going to let somebody else ask a question now.
Councilmember Hudas.
Thank you. I wanted to come back to the issue of an apparent conflict or precedence between the town ordinance and the state law. Are there any implications for the town going forward of having an ordinance that is in conflict?
You come across them all the time, and when they're in conflict, state law prevails. It preempts our local ordinances. It's best to make sure that they are in sync with each other. A perfect example, our ADU unit code section was completely out of compliance with state law for a couple of years there. We complied, we made them comply with state law until we could catch up. This is another one we can put on our list, involuntary mergers, to make sure it's written so that it doesn't look like it just happens because of the criteria above, but that there has to be a notice of hearing and there has to be a procedure that is followed. But even without an ordinance, you could still go through the involuntary procedure. I don't want to say you cannot go through an involuntary procedure. If you believe you could meet those 7 steps, you could deny this application and send it to an involuntary merger procedure.
And with regard to that, is that completely the responsibility of the town, or if there were further legal action on this matter, would there be other financial mechanisms for getting that done?
So the town has a complete decision on whether it wants to do an involuntary merger. It's not mandatory. The court absolutely would not tell a town or city it must merge parcels. That simply is not going to happen. On the other hand, if you go through an involuntary merger procedure, as I said, you better have incredible evidence and hearings that support the requirements under the SMA, because as I said, you're actually taking someone's property, and that usually has big consequences in court. But yeah, whether you do or do not, that's completely your decision. And that's where we need to flesh that issue out. Who makes that first decision when an application comes in on whether there should be an involuntary merger or not?
Okay, I had one more,
Sure.
if I may, and that's I know that in your opinion you've used the term unenforceable. Could you be a little more specific about what makes that position unenforceable?
Sure. So there's two. So there's two that we're dealing with. First is the lot line adjustment. And the idea that you can deny a lot line adjustment because you do not currently have buildable lots is not enforceable. You cannot take that into consideration by the exact language in the Subdivision Map Act and the case law. You can't consider what the current condition is. You can only consider the how it's going to look when it's in the application. So that makes that part of that section unenforceable, because it says you can't approve a lot line adjustment if there's not buildable lots. So that's the first one. And the other part of it, the code section, to me says that if it meets the above criteria, a merger shall occur. And that's not possible, because you can't have a merger that occurs unilaterally. I said, you can do it unilaterally, but you can't do it just by it happening. You have to have a hearing. You have to have the notice requirements. You have to make findings, and you have to have substantial evidence. Completely different hearing part, but that's what makes those two parts of it unenforceable. And I don't disagree with the appellant that we don't have an adequate lot line adjustment procedure. Also, we default to the Subdivision Map Act for that and for involuntary mergers, and we have to at this point in time follow that procedure.
Thank you.
And any other further questions of staff? Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. Question for the town attorney. So we still need to look to the general plan to see that it's consistent with all elements of the general plan, correct?
Absolutely. If you can find anything in our general plan, zoning, any there that you feel is inconsistent with this lot line adjustment application, that gives you the ability to deny the lot line adjustment.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Hudis.
Again, my question, but this is for staff, is in looking at the appeal to the council, is there any new factual information that was not presented to the Planning Commission?
So I'll start, and then if Mr. Schultz can chime in, please feel free. So there were case studies provided as well as research done on other jurisdictions, but the information is the same from our understanding.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree there was additional information or basis for their appeal, but there were no new arguments that were raised. It's always been the same arguments.
And Councilmember Hudis, do you have another question?
No.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay, so would anyone like to provide comments? Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. This was such an information-packed issue, and I do appreciate the really hard work that the residents did. I also appreciate the information that our town attorney is giving us in terms of framing this. What I'm hearing is a lot of concern about uncertainty of what could be built, what might be built, how these concerns can be addressed. And what I'm trying to do is keep my mind focused on what's exactly in front of us. And I think what's difficult for the nearby residents is that it feels like a sense of cascading decisions where you're going down a road. And now they've got to trust that if this step moves forward, how will each of these parcels potentially be developed, and will their concerns be addressed? Their concerns can't be addressed until you get to that next step. So, you know, I empathize with them. I also do not feel like at this point I'm seeing a lot of evidence that the Planning Commission erred or made the wrong decision based on the information they were given. And I don't feel like we've been given substantially different information. So that's kind of where I'm sitting right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, thank you. I think that raises another question, and that is the role and purview of the council in these kinds of things. In what ways is it different than the Planning Commission?
And who would like to answer that from staff?
I'm not sure what you mean by what role is different. You both, follow the law and the ordinances and the evidence and reach a conclusion. You do have to find an error or, under our code, but, you don't have to do the resolution anymore that had specific findings, is what we eliminated a few years ago, if that's what you're asking. But I'm not sure what you mean by how is your role different? I don't see it any role whatsoever. It's appeal. It's a de novo hearing that you're hearing, and you're evaluating the substantial evidence and making a decision. But like I said, it's limited. Your decision is limited to, I think, what Councilman Badami is does this lot line adjustment comply with our general plan, zoning, and building codes?
Thank you.
But I actually want to ask, follow up on that, because Mr. Schultz, aren't, as an appeal, I understand it's a de novo hearing, but that we also have to then show that the Planning Commission erred, there's new information, and I think it was those two. And so that also has to be a factor in our decision, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments? Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I do have one other comment, although that may follow up later, is that it seems like our zoning code needs a big update. And I realize with the workload we've got right now, that will have to be a priority at another time. But I have a lot of sympathy and empathy for residents who maybe are looking up codes and not, when you hit this wall where it's like, oh, the state law takes precedence over a local ordinance that may not be correct or out of date. I have concern there. I'm also, I realize this is an ongoing effort because state housing laws, in addition, are changing so quickly, where, our town attorney pointed out that we were out of date with ADU law and, had to catch up to that. I think we're always playing catch up. And so the understanding that state law takes precedence over ordinances is where I'm trying to find clarity.
Any further comments, or would anyone like to begin a conversation or a motion? Councilmember Hudis.
While I'm certainly beginning to appreciate many aspects of this, I'm also troubled that there's missing information for me to be able to make a decision at this time. And that relates to a couple of things. One is the conceptual plans that show access and where these items might be located. I understand, and I've now been able to locate out of the 760 pages of our staff report, page 415 that has some diagrams, but for me these are inadequate and not clear enough to understand that at this time. The other information that I'm lacking is the seismic area and how that addresses these properties. The diagrams that have been presented are not clear enough to me to be able to make a determination about some of the key parts of this, and that really relates to, will there be fewer or more nonconformities, because I believe that is a requirement. And so I feel like we've made some progress on this, but I still feel for me that there is information lacking for me to make a decision tonight.
And any other
And if I may add, and those items that Councilman Ahutis needs would help him make a decision on whether this project is in compliance with our general plan, zoning and building codes.
Absolutely.
Okay. Councilmember Badami.
Well, then I'll try a motion and see where it goes. So I move to adopt a resolution granting the appeal and denying the application. I cannot make the affirmative findings of the Subdivision Map Act that it's consistent with all elements of the general plan. And I'm very concerned with the safety element. There are several goals and policies that I cannot reconcile with this project. I cannot allow for the potential in increasing density in the wildland interface urban area. This is in a very high fire hazard severity zone. That's my motion.
And would anyone like to second the motion? So the motion dies for lack of a second. And I look to council members for either an additional motion or a different motion. Yes, Councilmember Hudis.
While I find the arguments in that motion to be of substance, I still feel that I'm missing information that would allow me to move forward on that at this time. Just as a comment, my preference would be to continue this item in order to better understand some of the missing information, and I think it would be easier to get to a fair decision if we were to be able to do that.
Do you want to try a motion?
Sure. I would move to continue this item to a date certain in order to obtain information about the conceptual placement and nature of the structures, the information about the seismic safety area, and about information about the degree to which this complies with the general plan, including a number of issues that were raised by Councilmember Badami.
And Councilmember Badami?
I second the motion.
Okay. And what would be helpful is if I can, well, first let me see if there's any questions or comments to this motion. And I think yes, Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I have a question for the town attorney. Are we required to know where the houses might be placed or how they might be placed, or is that something?
If that helps you determine that it's in compliance with our general plan and zoning and building codes, which require access and which require, that they're not in the least restrictive area and those types of things, yes, we could require conceptual to look at those issues further. You could do that. We could look at the safety element, as Council Badami mentioned, and take a closer look to make sure they're in compliance with all of our general plan. And so that those are all adequate questions that you can ask, because the question is when this lot line application is approved, does it meet all of your general plan policies, all of your zoning requirements, and your building code requirements? And building code obviously deals with access issues.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments to the motion? Okay. That being said, I'll go ahead and call the question then. So Council.
Yes. We should plug in a date if that's possible.
Yes.
For a date certain.
Yes. And so I look to staff, given the list that Councilmember Hugh just provided, when you think that could be provided and when it could come back to staff, to council.
Thank you, Mayor. I would suggest December 7th. And if we run into an issue where they're not able to gather that information in time, then we will just continue it at that hearing as well to another date certain.
Okay. And Councilmember Hudis, would you include that in your motion, December 7th?
Yes, I would.
And the seconder, Councilmember Badami?
Yes.
Okay, and so I'll call the question if there's no further questions from other council members. Okay, Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis?
Aye.
Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rennie?
Aye.
And I also vote aye, and the motion passes unanimously, and we will hear this item on December 6th. So thank you very much. And yes, Vice Mayor?
Can we have a 5-minute potty break?
Yes, we can. So it's 11 o'clock. See you back here at 11:05. And if we can now move to item agenda number 12, I believe we're at.
We're on item number 13, Mayor.
Oh, even better. Thank you. So item number 13, thank you. Welcome, Marina.
Thank you, Mayor Sack, and thank you, Council, for having me here today. I'm the Environmental Program Specialist with the Town of Los Gatos, and I'm going to be giving a brief presentation. If Arn, if you could pull that up for me, that would be great. So I'm going to be giving a presentation tonight on our organic waste disposal reduction ordinance. Next slide. So I can't talk about our ordinance without talking about the reason behind our ordinance, which brings us back to Senate Bill 1383. You may recall the introduction of this bill that was brought to Council in December of 2019 with a more in-depth presentation and implementation plan presented by West Valley Solid Waste Management Authority on May 4th, 2021. So just for a brief overview of SB 1383, it was adopted in September of 2016 with regulations finalized in November of 2020. The purpose of this bill was to establish methane reduction targets in an effort to reduce emissions of short-lived climate pollutants. This bill created the following targets: to achieve 50% reduction in the level of statewide disposal of organic waste from 2014 levels by 2020 and a 75% reduction by 2025. It also created the target that no less than 20% of current disposed edible food would be recovered for human consumption by 2025. So all jurisdictions must implement organic waste reduction measures by January 1st of 2022 in order to be in compliance with Senate Bill 1383. Next slide. So what does that mean for jurisdictions? Jurisdictions must provide organic collection services to all residents and businesses, establish edible food recovery program, conduct education outreach to the community, and procure recyclable and recovered organic products. They must also implement the necessary ordinance and policies, as well as tracking and reporting this annually, and monitor compliance and conduct enforcement. The town has continued to follow the implementation plan set forth by the West Valley Solid Waste Management Authority in order to achieve these areas of compliance. These unfunded measures have resulted in higher rate increases for collection services, which is anticipated to continue due to the cost of SB 1383 program creation. So on the following slides, I'm going to highlight the measures more in depth that are within the ordinance. Next slide. For single-family, commercial, and multifamily requirements, generators must participate in the hauler's collection services. Containers must provide collection for separated discarded materials. So this also includes compliance with bin color requirements, which include blue for recycle, black for solid waste, and green for organics. Cross-contamination is prohibited and subject to penalties in this ordinance, which we will discuss further in the enforcement section. Commercial businesses and multifamily dwellings must provide outreach education in regards to the requirements to their tenants, as well as provide containers where waste is being generated. Next slide. Waivers for this ordinance may be authorized to commercial businesses or multifamily residential dwellings in the following scenarios. So if the generator itself generates below a certain amount of the discarded materials, or if the premises itself lacks adequate space for collection containers required for compliance. Waivers will be handed directly through the town or through its authorized designee. Next slide. Edible food generator and food recovery requirements include recovery of edible food that would otherwise be disposed of, agreement with food recovery organizations to collect and accept the edible food, as well as a record keeping and reporting component of the edible food recovery efforts. But due to the operating nature of the food recovery organizations, this effort is going to be primarily led and enforced by the county. Next slide. Hauler requirements, which were recently amended in the current franchise agreement, include transporting recyclable, organic, and solid waste material to approved facilities, as well as to include compliance with SB 1383 education, equipment, signage, container, contamination monitoring, and reporting requirements. Next slide. Moving on to the inspection and enforcement, the town or its designee is authorized to conduct inspection and investigation of any collection or discarded materials. Generators must provide access during this time of inspection, and any violations may result in a fine as well as a notice of violation. Next slide. Other SB 1383 measures, which are not necessarily included in this ordinance, but are a requirement of the bill itself, include organic waste procurement requirements. So these requirements require jurisdictions to procure recovered organic waste products. So this includes such things as compost, renewable natural gas, or electricity from biomass conversion. The procurement target for the town of Los Gatos is 2,479 tons of organic waste. And this was calculated by multiplying the 2019 population by the per capita target of 0.08. It's also important to note that compliance may be achieved through a direct service provider, such as the town's hauler, and not necessarily through the municipality itself. So the town is currently working closely with the West Valley Solid Waste Management Authority, as well as other organizations, in identifying regional efforts to achieve compliance. Next slide. So the next steps for this ordinance is to conduct public and council comments following this presentation, to consider adoption of the proposed ordinance, and if adopted, the second reading will take place on November 16th. And in addition, as Councilmember Badami mentioned earlier, West Valley Collection and Recycling is launching their kitchen pail distribution this month, which is providing early education on SB 1383 requirements to Los Gatos residents. And just an update on recent legislature, which includes Senate Bill 619. This was adopted this past October, and this bill allows for an extension for achieving compliance with filing an intent to comply no later than March 31st. This extension will allow Los Gatos time to identify regional efforts to achieve procurement requirements. However, it's important to note that this does not change the required implementation date of SB 1383 to occur no later than January 1st of 2022. And that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gislett. Any questions, staff, of staff? Okay, I see no hands raised, and so this is a public hearing, and so would anyone in the public like to speak on this matter? See no hands raised. I bring this back to council members. So does anyone have any comments, or can I get a motion? Vice Mayor.
Mine is sort of a question. I'm stuck on this procurement requirement that looks like it's going to cost us a lot of money. It looks like we are talking to Silicon Valley Clean Energy Authority. I can tell you now we don't buy any biogas kinds of products because it actually is considered to have a carbon content to it. I mean, it is renewable, but we're trying to say that we're 100% carbon free. But maybe this could be the point of Silicon Valley Clean Energy is to help all of our member agencies to meet our renewable sustainable goals and so forth, and greenhouse gas reduction goals. But if this is a requirement for all the cities, it's going to be a big sticking point. This might be something that Silicon Valley Clean Energy wants to think about procuring for all of the cities, because it looks to me like this is going to be very expensive. You're saying we could get 3% of our procurement taken by buying composting material. Well, that's not going to get us very far. So we don't have a lot of other choices than it seems like to have Silicon Valley Clean Energy Authority help us and all the other cities out on this. Do you have any more comment on that?
Yes, so actually we were working closely with Silicon Valley Clean Energy, and we were working in a collaborative effort to achieve compliance for procurement through the energy sources. However, with Senate Bill 619, which wasn't processed yet, and when it first made it to legislature, they wanted to hold off. And so we had initially submitted a letter of intent to proceed forward with Silicon Valley Clean Energy. But given the amount of resources as well as the money that would go into making that large of an investment, they wanted more time and to see if Senate Bill 619 would pass. So now that it passed and we have more time to work together, we're able to explore this more. So we are a part of many, including with SVCE, working groups with other cities in having more time, not as pressured, to kind of make more options and identify more choices, which we will definitely be bringing to council and to the board as well.
Okay, Mayor, while I have the floor, I might as well make the motion to maybe move us forward that we move to the first reading of the ordinance in attachment 1 by title only, amending the Los Gatos Town Code, Chapter 11, regarding garbage, refuge, and weeds to include organic waste disposal reduction, and amending the sections in the existing code in Exhibit A, conflicting with an ordinance definitions and requirements.
Thank you. And Councilmember Rista, would you like to second the motion?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, and are there any questions or comments to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis?
Aye.
Vice Mayor?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Thank you very much, Ms. Chislett, for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
We'll now move to item number 14, which is to.
Excuse me, Mayor, I need to read
Oh,
the.
I'm so sorry. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for catching that.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos to amend Chapter 11 relating to refuse and weeds to include organic waste disposal reduction and amending sections conflicting with ordinance definitions and requirements.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nason. I apologize for that. So now we move to agenda item 14, which is to discuss and provide directions regarding shared mobility devices. Welcome, Director Morley.
Thank you. Good evening. This should be an easy one for us, so we'll conclude on a high note. There's been a little bit of activity in the Bay Area around shared mobility devices, things like for rent e-scooters and e-bikes, to ground us a little bit on what that is. And there are cities that are moving forward with further deployments with different companies. We did have outreach from one company from Bird that displayed their interest to come to Los Gatos. And so they're interested in those discussions. We have had it on our work plan in various ways in the past, but haven't been moving anything forward. So we wanted to have an opportunity to chat with the council and to get your feedback on whether this is something we should pursue. And my proposal would be to run this through the Complete Streets Commission for their feedback along the way and bring it back to the council with some recommendations next year. So we haven't done a whole lot of outreach work yet. We really wanted to get sort of a temperature from the council before we started in that direction. So that'll conclude my report. And of course, I'm here to support the conversation.
Thank you, Director Morley. Any questions right now of staff? Seeing none, would anyone from our public like to speak on this item? I see no hands raised, and so I turn back to council. Yes, Vice Mayor Rennie.
So, Mayor, Mr. Morley, the first things that come to mind is, we definitely want to promote alternative mobility modes, to help reduce traffic in town and maybe help with first mile, last mile kinds of things to our transit systems. But the biggest problems that come to mind are, the scooters that get left all over the place. And I could see, our downtown sidewalks are not very wide. All it's going to take is one of those left somewhere to be, I really think people falling over it kind of thing. I think you mentioned in here that they have to be put back in certain areas. That seems to be more reasonable, and we would need to do, if they start getting left all over, places with narrow sidewalks and high traffic, i.e. downtown or other places like that, we would need some teeth to do something about that. Those are my thoughts on it, but we want to do our best to promote it, but not make sure it becomes a problem.
Vice Mayor and Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. When scooters first came out and dockless bike share, I think there was a lot of concern about usage on sidewalks and where the devices are left when they're done. And I think we have an advantage at this point because with Los Gatos not moving forward in that way, and City of San Jose and other places dealing with those issues and kind of pushing the technology, requiring geofencing, with the opportunity to control the speed of the devices, to not allow them to operate on sidewalks or other regions. I think that there's a level of control that's possible that wasn't possible when these devices first rolled out. I don't know what kind of restrictions we'd want to make. I mean, one of the things I think about in terms of parking spaces, we talked about there's orphan areas as the parklets are being put in. Potentially, we might have places to dock devices. I've seen that in other cities like Santa Barbara might have a parking space that has bollards up that state, parking for mobility devices only. And I think that somebody's credit card keeps running until you put your device in the right parking place. So with all of those kind of protections, I don't know if we'd move forward or not, but I really would be in favor of having Complete Streets and Transportation Commission do a more robust look at this and see where and if it makes sense in different parts of town, and maybe even then come back to us with their recommendations and insights.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, I think the concept is great, but the reality is that we need to know a bit more, I think, about where would we encourage this, where would we make it easy to access, where would we make it easy to drop off. Given the small size of our town, I think that it's maybe important that we go a step in that direction, and I would certainly support the CSTC getting involved and making some recommendations. It seems a bit broad of a question to ask the council, given the constraints in the town. At this point, except that I think it's great. We should move forward in some way, but we have to really design this well for our constrained town.
And any further comments? I'll just add that I echo that we should move forward. I like the idea of bringing it to Complete Streets, perhaps possibly safe routes to school, at least for the high school. I know that that's often something that they're looking at as we look at congestion management down in the high school. And so with that, I asked Director Morley if there's any other specific the direction that you're looking for. It sounds like there's consensus that bringing it to Complete Streets for further discussion and direction would be a great idea.
That's great. I think the commission will be excited to take this on.
Okay. Any further comments? Seeing none, thank you for the high note. I adjourn tonight's meeting. Good night, everyone.
Good night.